Hello, hello. Happy Monday, everybody. Hey, Kevin. Kevin, who was first today. Adam is going to work on revamping customers today. This will involve making the town hall, which is the building at which you'll upgrade customers, and changing their state machines to make them act more natural. All right. Paste this in the right place now. All right, let's move over to tenants. And one of the important things for today, I want to try the other kind of lunch break style. Normally, the way that I stream is 3 hours, lunch for an hour, and then 3 more hours. But every once in a while, things align. And I think today what we're going to do is 3 hours and then like a 20-minute break, and then 3 more hours. And in order to ever do this schedule, I think it's important that I take breaks throughout the stream. So I'm going to try to stick to that. Hey, yo, hey, Atomic Man. So yeah, if anyone ever sees in chat today that I'm at like, and sort of the hourly mark. So right now we're at 2 minutes, so nowhere near it. But yeah, if I haven't taken a break, please do remind me. Yeah, no lunch BRB. I haven't resurrected the hamburger screen. I haven't gotten any of that stuff. But yeah, so I think the important thing is breaks. And I actually think it might be so important that I want to make it a tenant again. But that brings us to tenant review. So let's take a look at the tenants. This has been going pretty quickly lately. AM2, happy Monday. Tenant review. All right, sustainability. I think this has been mostly okay. My parents were visiting and it was hard to tell afterward if I'd just fallen out of my routine or if I was pushing too hard or both. I think I want to reinstill the breaks tenet, but I'm not sure. It feels like it's better to take frequent breaks and decide to go long for a particular day than it is to just barrel through the whole day. Oh, wait. Oh, is there a daylight saving time difference? I thought the US was first. Apparently not. Daylight saving time, the last Sunday of October. Oh. And when does it start for the US? US DST. I think it's the first Sunday in November. It's always a week apart. November 3rd. Yeah. Ah, drat. If I had remembered this, I could have mentioned it. I guess everyone's going to realize now anyway. Hey, Monatic Vine. And hey, Sinstello. I wish for the cease of all DST someday. Well, it'd make a lot of things easier. There have been proposals to do that in the past, and there's some reason why they don't do it. And anyway, I haven't fully followed it. I am somewhat neutral because I don't really mind either way. Yeah, so I think we're gonna add the breaks tenant back in. So where is breaks? Here it is. Yeah. All right, let's go put this back here. Take those breaks. Yeah, I retired it because I'd gotten good at taking breaks and then I just stopped it. So you know what we should do? We should put a reinstilled on today, and rationale pretty much just stop taking breaks altogether. And I think it may be impacting the sustainability. Reinstated, yeah, thank you. This is one of those, some lines got crossed in my brain. Agreeing on which time to keep is a different issue. Yeah, I guess there are really two issues there, huh? Fun surprise this morning when our meeting had moved to be an hour earlier than usual because the creative by our Australian colleagues. You know, really, it is very tough to know that that's going to happen because if you are aware of when daylight saving happens, you're probably usually only aware of it for your own country. Yeah, it's unfortunate though. Hey, Potril, thanks for the resub. And thanks for pointing out that my computer volume was at like maximum. At least it's a very short and not unpleasant sound. Okay, so anyway, that was sustainability. Bricklaying. Actually, there was one other piece of that, but I guess it doesn't really matter. What did we do last week? Spent some of the morning floundering around the boss implementation. Stopped after a half day because I was tired. Finished working on bosses. Yeah, well, didn't actually add any boss data. Just got the system working. Okay. Do I hear more breaks? Yeah, you do. So yeah, bricklaying. I feel like this is going to get more and more important as we get closer to checkpoint 4. It may even start somewhat soon. It's been going okay. I'll put a thumbs up to mean it's good okay. And then brakes just reinstated this. So it went poorly, but that's okay since it wasn't a tenant. And successes. Got bosses done. The PR machine is flowing smoothly. Have more insight into when checkpoint 4 should be released. Which, by the way, it's looking like November. Did that not work? It's looking like it'll be November 22nd, maybe. I'm still not positive, but I think that's doable. It is a pretty tight schedule. Because that's what, 3 full weeks? And balance is going to take at least one of those weeks, probably. I'm not sure. I can help with that. Get out of here. Hazy whoops. All right, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. And I mean, I guess got back in the swing of things. I'm hoping that things are just kind of normal, like just a normal week. We make some progress. There are no major concerns that are brought up during that time. Yeah, so breaks, I think is pretty important for today. Let's keep it there. Customers, we already made a new branch. I'm not going to do PRs till tomorrow probably, but I do think that should probably be on the list. Tuesday PRs. And that's it. So let's get to work. Add the town hall. Come up with a name for it, probably town perks or something. Oh, that's for the skill tree. I guess the town hall itself is going to be add a sign somewhere in the world. Add a sign somewhere in the world. And, you know, at some point, we're going to have to figure out what we're doing about deleting the ground underneath wherever we're building something. But the town hall, whoa. That was a little weird. I guess I have something selected. Yeah, the environment. The town hall is not a building that you need to have customers go to. So it doesn't need to be on these paths. And it's not something you drag items to, so it doesn't need to be close to the warehouse. So we could just put it off in the middle of nowhere and not worry about it for right now. I guess an actual town hall in real life would probably be somewhere toward the center of a town or city, but I don't think that's important. Yeah. So I think what we'll do is, how about we put it on the right side of the map? Because if customers enter from the left side and we eventually want to put some building over here, let's say, then I don't want to move a bunch of stuff. So the other thing to think about is when should you unlock this? The very first thing you get is your first shop, and that's here now. And then I don't even know what the second thing you get is. Maybe it's the warehouse, maybe it's the enchanter. But probably early on you should get the town hall. Where do we put it? Where do we put it? No, I want the recycler here. Yeah. So this is going to be reserved for the recycler. All right, I don't know. I'm spending too much time on this. Let's put it here for now. And we've got to make it obvious that it's there. Middle of the warehouse. Oh, yeah. The recycler druid is going to go there. Because the recycler druid needs you to have dragged an item onto it. So it's got to be close to where we've got all the other item stuff. And all the item stuff is inside the... How do you select? Move, rotate, scale. I don't know how to do that. But it doesn't really matter, I guess. We'll just take a picture. Yeah. So this area is going to be the item area. I guess if you kind of think about it, this area is like the customer area. So we want to put it outside of that. So I'll put it off to the bottom right. I'll put it here. Okay, next up is how do we even make a building? Enchanter Den. We set up its tile map and then make a sign inside of... We have a signs thing we do. Oh, that's not what I want. I think it's inside town scene. Yeah, signs. So we have the enchanter sign. It goes there. So we'll need a different sign. Rob, thank you very much for the raid. How's it going? Rob, you've been like super into biking, right? I'm pretty sure you have been. Anyway, how's it going? I don't know if you were doing a biking stream or a coding stream. Well, welcome in everybody. We're working on Skeleseller. And I'll show you what this game is all about very briefly here. And then what it is we're working on. It is loading up. But yeah, this game is a laid back town management kind of game. And you start and there's going to be a cutscene about how you became this skeleton, but just ignore that for now. You're going to build up a town. You're going to hire adventurers. So you hire somebody. Right now we have the rogue. You send them into battles. The battles are automated, so you're not directly controlling them. And when you win those battles, you get items out of the battle. So we have a potion here that then our rogue walks over to the potion shop, puts it up for sale, and these customers can come over and buy them. And as you get more money, you build up your town a little bit more. You get different shops. Right now, they're just kind of blank patches of land, and hire more adventurers, and then eventually upgrade your adventurers and play out the game. You know, it's a single player game. But yeah, hi everybody. Let me know if you have any questions. And thanks again, Rob, for the raid. What we're working on today is making customers act a little different. So right now they're just kind of walking around, going and buying every item that they find. We want them to walk around and, you know, sometimes buy items, sometimes maybe not buy items. Hey, Harddick. And hey, Org. Why people don't support you? What? People definitely support me. I think maybe you're talking about on YouTube. I don't have a lot of views on YouTube, but I also don't really advertise the stream at all. Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, we're getting customers to act a little different, and we're also adding in a way of upgrading them. So we're going to take a little patch of land over here, this forest, and we're going to turn it into a town hall. And that's what we were just working on now. So we're going to continue that process. What is this scene? It is specifically an enchanter sign, but why? Because it needs a special script? Yes, because it needs a special script. Okay, and what is the town hall? The town hall is just a build sign, right? So like, isn't there a potion sign or alchemist sign? No, those don't need to be special because they're just shop signs, I guess. Add them with the bulldozer. Build sign. Hang on one second. Where is this thing? What? I guess let's go to signs and find out what I even have here. Shop signs. What makes something a shop sign? Oh, because it has to call build shop. Yeah, I don't think this thing should be considered a shop. All right, well, I guess everything just inherits from signpost anyway. What else inherits from signpost? Guild sign. Yeah, all right, fine. Then I guess we make a new thing. All right, we call this one the town hall sign. Yeah. Done. Done. This is going to be build town hall. We need a description for it, though. Where's that even go? Can close build dialog. That's going to be true. We don't need to fade this in. Or maybe we want to fade in all of them. I don't know. Ah, here it is. Town hall. So what is a good in-world description for this? Because the technical description is lets you upgrade customers. And maybe that's what we should leave this as. But it's really more like lets you improve your town, which affects customers. Lets you improve customers. Yeah, I guess that's probably a little bit better. But even improve, I don't know. I don't want to make this too long. Yeah, maybe just improve, enhance customers. Well, what I was thinking more along the lines of like, okay, so you have the what do we call it? Like the practical reason for doing something, which is improving customers or enhancing or whatever. But then you have the sort of lore reason for why is this happening. And it's really like you're really improving your town, right? And then your customers get bonuses from that, I suppose. Zero knowledge of CS and programming, and I have zero artistic skills. Can you please help me and provide me a roadmap for it? So in general, I'd say about the art skills, I would say if you find it interesting, then develop them. And if not, then just get asset packs. And you could find free ones too. So for example, Kenny NL, there are a lot of free assets here. So if you click this button, click this button, you can pick a style of game that you want. Maybe you want a 2D game. Maybe you want this sort of like isometric or 3D looking thing. They've got a bunch of UI things. All of these are free. You can just download them and use them. So if you want to make a game that looks kind of like this, then cool, you can do that. You don't need any art knowledge whatsoever. You can just plug these in. As far as the programming side of things, I would say to try out Godot, just go download the engine and kind of poke around and see what you discover. And just follow their guide that they have on here somewhere. Docs, yeah. They have a getting started right there. Yeah, getting started. Introduction, step by step, your first 2D game, your first 3D game. So I'd suggest looking at both those things. Hey, Chris. What kind of bonuses? Things like more customers, improve their speed, other sorts of benefits. I'm not totally sure what yet. So I think we should probably write maybe something like lets you improve your town, which benefits customers. Yeah, it makes your town more attractive. The thing about making it more attractive would make it sound like it's just for expanding the number of customers, but this is also going to be used to raise their speed. These months fly like crazy. I know, Alfred. Thank you for the resub. 39 months. 3.25 years. Yeah, actually, I think I want this to be parenthetical. Technically saves on one character, but also I think it might flow a little better. How can I earn with game dev? Don't worry about earning with game dev yet. I would say completely ignore that part. Just download a couple of things, some art assets, a game engine, start tinkering around. And just the first question you have is, do I like this? That's all. Am I having fun? Those are really important first questions. If you're starting to think about money already and you're asking these kinds of questions, I think it's gonna be a harder path for you to just kind of enjoy for the years it would take you to get to the point where you're probably making money. Lets you improve your town. Okay, cool. Yeah. Do you need a lets you? Could it just be improve your town, benefiting customers? It could be improves, but that on its own, it doesn't follow the same thing as every other sign. So like we have the, what is it? I don't even know where this is done. There's apparently shop sign, yeah. And this comes from here, so all shop data. Yeah, so the other things say things like build potion shop, which lets you sell potions. So I like this idea of like, here's what this thing is going to allow you to do. I know we can phrase it differently. I think we'll worry about that specific part for later. I think this is probably pretty good for now. All right, so there's a guild cost. There needs to be a town hall cost. I don't know what this should be. So let's just set this to 100 for now. And use that there. I don't think you even need to mention the customer benefits. You know what? Maybe you're right. Yeah. Should I use C# or GDScript? I'd just start with GDScript. Yeah. Here's my actual full advice on this. If you take a look at the URL that my bot is about to give you, It takes a little bit of time there. If you read through this, this is my full advice. And the short answer is it doesn't really matter what you use, because if you're going to stick around with programming, you're going to end up learning 5 or 6 or 10 languages. I don't think really almost any programmer out there who's been programming for a while knows exactly one language and has never learned another one and doesn't have any plans to learn another one. It's just very uncommon for that to happen. Stumbled on this repo, lots of, oh yeah, the awesome series of repos. Yeah, the thing is, I think when people come into chat asking these questions, I think generally they want a human to answer, because like these resources do exist and people could find them. And maybe I should just make it into a command and I don't know. Reading through your issue on customer behavior and YouTube started suggesting things on finite state machines. Who knows? Maybe it's happening. Yeah. I've been programming for almost 20 years and only know English. No, but you also know French and German and Spanish and Korean and all the other object-oriented human languages. I guess technically every human language is object-oriented, right? You talk about objects. Okay, so add the sign somewhere in the world. Let's go do that part now. So we're going to save this scene. Actually, we're not going to save the scene because it's going to be an inherited scene, right? I guess we do this and then get signpost. Where's signpost? It's not in the town folder? Huh, well, probably should be. I would say it's functional. Town hall sign. All right, I guess we save this one in here. Is that where the other signs went? It's not? Are you kidding me? What was I thinking? I have no idea, but we're putting this here. Town hall sign. The other ones probably should be there, but it's not very important. Random reminder. Oh, yeah. But I think the person you're probably trying to remind is over on YouTube and probably can't click this. Also, I don't probably think I would tell someone this if they haven't coded anything before. I truly think the beginning to really any new hobby should just be like, am I not instilling terrible behaviors and am I having fun? If you can just match those two things, you're great. You know, if you pick up a violin and start trying to play it with your feet, you might be having fun, but you're probably also making it so that you can't play anything too advanced. But yeah, don't worry about trying to make your dream game. Don't worry about trying to make a bunch of money at first. Those are all things you can worry about down the line when you're pretty certain that you like it. All right, so add the sign somewhere in the world. I'm going to put this down here for now. I don't even know how big the town hall should be. It should probably just look like a building, just like the guild. So I guess it doesn't need to be a very large space. Did I have artistic skills? I still don't have artistic skills. So I did not have them before. I do not have them now. I do not like green eggs and ham. And I don't think I'm going to get artistic skills anytime soon. Which is a little sad, I guess. But I thought about it and I thought, you can only spend your time on any kind of, well, you can only do one activity at a time, right? You can't learn both programming and art and something else all in the same minute. You could interleave them, but if I'm going to learn something, I think I'd rather learn the more musical side of things than the artistic side of things. And it would take time away from just getting progress done on this project. So town hall sign, we put this here. We need to move it to, where even is it? I have no idea. There it is. Okay, yeah, we want this to be down here. And let's put it, I don't know, here-ish. I don't want to wipe out the higher ground level here. Although, you know what we could do? We could wipe out this entire higher ground level, and maybe that'll work. I don't know. I'm not going to think about this too much. So I always use free assets? No, I don't always use free assets. I'm suggesting for you specifically to get started because you asked the questions that you did. I paid for some assets, and then Quickie Joe is making some of the other assets for this. In the past, I've paid different people to make different things. You have a copy that you've never read. I think it'd be cool to learn, but I think if I were to approach artwork, the way I'd probably need to do it is like set aside 1 year where this is a focus of mine. And that way it doesn't turn into something where I'm like, oh yeah, I spent 2 weekends on it or something, and then just kind of fizzles out. And that way everyone else can be on board. And then I'd probably need to start looking into like, okay, what tools should I get so I could stream this? Because if you were just starting out artwork, you could just do pen and paper or something. But it's like, how do you stream that? You need another camera, like specifically from a top-down angle. It's maybe better to just get a tablet or something. Anyway, those are things I'm just not concerned about right now. The other thing I think too is I think everyone has the ability to get some amount of skill in music and art and programming and whatever else, assuming you're of at least sort of average IQ. But the ceiling is not the same for everybody. And how much you enjoy it is not the same for everybody. From only being an artist. Yeah, this is like a grass is always greener kind of thing. Got it for a school requirement that abruptly changed as soon as I got it. They're like, go buy this book. No, don't buy the book. Like, it's too late. All right, so there's the town hall sign. Let's give it a unique name and then go plug it into signs. So where's the enchanter sign? There it is. Probably need to do this the same way we did with the other ones. Town hall sign. Town hall sign. Now we go get it. Oh, I could have changed both of those at once, or the third one too. Not that it really matters. That might be my bias for being neither. All right, I guess initialize this too. And now we would need a show town hall sign. I don't know when we're going to do this for real. Town hall sign. And show all remaining signs can also do that. And then I suppose when we call skip tutorial that we can also just call show town hall sign. Hey, Carlos. You know, Carlos, Caleb gets mad at me every time because of the confusion that I had between your two names being practically identical. And me just not looking at the last few letters and calling him Carlos. Didn't change the body of show town hall sign. Yeah, I did not. You're right. Thank you. Town hall sign. Gift emerald a point. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Nirvana also said it. Yeah, thank you. And actually, Monadic Bind did too. I only read one of these messages. Fine, I'll give you all a point. But only because of the precedent that I would set if I didn't. All right. So now that's going to show this sign. When you try to build this, it's not going to know what to do because right now it calls create guild. So we need to look at what we did for the enchanter sign as well, which I'm assuming is just called create enchanter. Yep, create enchanter den. So we're going to need the same sort of thing. Create town hall. I don't even have the town hall yet. We're going to have to do that. Create town hall. Everything else here looks good. Delete that, I suppose. Going back to the Lunch BRB screen, or was it just a meme? I'm not sure, because in order to want to go back to that, I would need to do the sort of Lunch BRB style stream a bunch. For those who don't know, what I was saying is today what we're going to do is a break every hour. And then for lunch, just take like 20 minutes, but leave the stream running. And normally I shut down the stream, start a new one in the afternoon. We're going to try something a little different today. So yeah, if I do this, once a week, yes, I would probably try to bring it back. If I do this once every month, I probably wouldn't care about it. And so far, it's been twice in 10 months or something. So hasn't been frequent enough just yet. Okay, next up, we need a scene that represents the town hall. So let's save this as town hall. Let's call it the town hall. And this should look pretty similar to the guild. Yeah, in fact, let's just copy all of this stuff there. Do we need an NPC? I guess we do for the upgrades. But they wouldn't be called a guild master. I made a specific enchanter that doesn't have the new quest indicator on. Hover areas for what? Oh. This is clever. We don't need this for the town hall though. Yeah, so I'm going to delete all of this stuff. And we're going to paste in this. And the town hall is just going to look like the guild for now. I don't really care about that. We eventually will probably want signs saying this is the town hall without you having to hover over it. I do miss the burgers eaten. I do too. Maybe able to use some other sprite instead, like a bulletin board or something. Yeah, that's true. And I think we should eventually do that. I just don't think I'm going to start with that. All right, so this is a collision shape that I don't think even matters because this won't be near where any of your characters can go. So let's just delete that. And then instead of a guild master, we want to go find a new thing. What makes this an enchanter? Just its script and its node name. Yeah, so let's save this as, what do you call a town hall NPC? The mayor, maybe? But you're kind of the mayor. Maybe we should just replace it with a bulletin board right now. No, I'll just call them the mayor. I don't like that idea, but we can rename things pretty easily, and I don't want to think about this too much. All right, there, done. All right, so now instead of a guild master, let's instantiate the mayor and put you over here. What is going on? Huh, weird. I can only drag that in one direction. All right. You know what? Let's make it a touch different. Oh, wait. We could... How do we do this? I want to take all of... Whoops. All of this. No, that won't work. Oh, there's no way to tile that without changing the rooftop. Okay, I see. So we would put this here, but we need to move the whole thing to the side. Okay, fine. We delete all that, put this here, do one of these, except for better. And then copy this and put that there. There. Now that's a town hall. It's got 2 windows. And I guess the door has a window. It's got 3 windows. This is a pretty rich town. And then if we're going to do that, I guess we should also expand out the tile map. So let's take this and add 2 columns and then center this in here. There. That's the town hall now. Could be council person or executive. What if we just called them Monadic Bind? The Monadic Bind runs the town. Yeah, I think mayor's fine for now, though. All right, so this has the enchanter script. Let's go find the enchanter script and save you as the mayor. Then give you the correct script. Mayor. Done. And now what does the mayor do? They have a game state machine. All we need is to know that you've popped up this dialogue or not. That's it. So I don't think we need a proper state machine for this. Yeah. I think we just delete this stuff. And here we just say, you clicked the monadic bind. All right. So let's try running this and see if this works. It won't because I forgot to fill this out. This should be town hall. And how does this work? Town hall. We need to load and save this thing. Did I write that down already? Nope. Load, save / load the town hall. And its skill tree, I guess. What to do cannot be any more on the nose. The skeleton controls all. I think that's what's important. Whoops, town hall sign. We don't have a proper town hall yet. We do not. And I don't... Wait, what? No, I added a town hall. I just didn't add a script for it. My bad. Yeah, my bad. Hey, Scoreline, it's going well. I I get in these modes every once in a while where I feel like I expect more progress than I should expect out of the game, well, out of myself. And I think today is one of those days where I'm trying to tamp that down and be like, just whatever I get done with it. And that's why this has been a tenet here. Anyone who ever hears me refer to bricklaying and is like, what am I talking about? I know I've said this a ton, but when you're making a brick wall, you know how many bricks it's going to take, or roughly how many bricks. When you're programming, it's hard to tell how many bricks it's going to take to make the wall. But if you did know how many, then every time you put a brick down, you could know how much progress you've made in terms of percentage. And it's the same with programming. Every time you write a line of code, you are getting closer to the completion of the project. You just don't know how many lines of code it's going to take in total. So it's easy to be like, well, I only wrote whatever, 100 or 200 today or something. And that's not as much as other days, but that's not the only thing that really goes into it. There's a lot of thought, there's design, there's testing, there's player feedback. So I want to look at it more like that. And that's, like I said, that's kind of how I'm trying to treat today. Just, yep, we've got some tasks. They're pretty big tasks. I don't know how long exactly they're going to take. It doesn't matter because we need to do them. Did I make townhall.ts or cs, or did I just start and then forget? I think I started and then didn't do anything. But what does the Enchanter Den script even do? This is for dealing with the actual building. Like, we don't have a guild script, do we? We do? What? I don't really think this is needed. I don't think the building needs a script. Yeah, I don't know why we did this. I'm gonna just delete that, I guess. Yeah, the skeleton controls magnetic bind. Just like magnetic bind skeleton in real life. Over the weekend, a friend of mine tried checkpoint 3 and loved it. Said he hopes for more challenging locations. Awesome. That's really great. Yeah, you know, I got a couple of random comments, and maybe they were from the same person because they were on two different sites, and I can't tell if they're the same person. But one was on YouTube, and it was someone saying something like, I played this game. It's pretty cool. Can you respec skills or something like that? And the other was they found it through itch and then left the feedback through the Google form that I made. And there they said that they really liked the game. And anyway, it's heartening to see that stuff because these are random people that it's not like they know me and they feel like, oh, well, if I tell him what I really think about the game, he'll feel bad. That's not happening. Well, maybe it's happening, but it's not because they know me. It's because they're a conscientious person. All right, we're going to detach that script. You do need to instantiate the screen. Yes, but that it should be done here now. Although I haven't, oh, wait, I see. I want to be able to save the building and probably load this stuff. But I guess, what if we did delete the mayor concept and just made the town hall have the script and it was a bulletin board that you clicked? But the problem is there's no precedent of doing that. I guess you click signs. I guess clicking a bulletin board wouldn't be too bad. Also, I'm pretty sure we have that graphic somewhere. Just like, well, and if we don't have that graphic, it's not that hard to make. Even I could probably do that. Where's the town? Oh, I probably don't have this open. This isn't the town, is it? No. But this might also have a bulletin board. Does it? Has a little sign. All right, let's go find the town stuff then. Hey, Broken Crown. Another month learning with Adam live. Thank you very much for the resub. Happy 2/3 of a year. And how's it going, Broken Crown? Usually you supreme hello me. Is there a bulletin board here? No, I think, oh wait, yes, there is. It's right there. Yeah, so we could do this. And I guess whenever you have upgrades available, we could have the papers be on the bulletin board. And when you don't have upgrades, it's just a blank sign. That is maybe how we should do that. Show adventurer level directly in the adventurer slot so you don't have to click each one. Oh yeah, someone had suggested that too, and I think I have that written down, although it's in this gigantic list. And unfortunately, the word level shows up 16 times in here, but let's see if we can find it. Adventure, the function of there, storm side should be hidden. Volume, give me the level. Wait. No. No. Huh. Well, I don't know where that's written, but I definitely think we need to write it somewhere. Oh, maybe it was in start instance improvements. Did I write that there? Revamp start instance. I don't have this written somewhere. Do I mention the party chooser? I don't know. All right, well, whatever. I'm gonna put it in just here for right now, I guess. Show the adventurer level directly in the party chooser. Now that levels can, I'm just gonna put a date on this. Now the levels can differ between adventurers. A little tired today? Ah, I see. Middle of a refactor. It's turning into a rewrite and it's eating my soul. I'm sorry to hear that, especially on a day you're already tired. Yeah. But hey, remember bricklaying. Every little piece of work you do toward it is one step closer to the goal. Okay, so I do like this idea. Instead of a mayor being here, we just put a sign there. And that way, all right, let's do all that stuff. Mayor. The mayor didn't even have anything here. Sorry, Magnetic Bind. You were in the game for such a short time. You didn't even make it to the commit message. Goodbye. Oh, the cruelty of it all. Yeah, rip. Tile map layer. All right, so we're gonna call this the sign layer. I guess it's kind of stupid, right? I should probably just make it be a sprite. Add sprite. We'll call it bulletin board. I'm leaving. I am taking my Lego blocks and going elsewhere. Build my own town. The guild had its own script. Where is that? Scene scripts guild. Okay, let's save one there. Attach script. Scene source / scene scripts / town hall. Perfect. Town equals null. We need to initialize that. Town. There's probably a better way to do that, but I realized I could have hit tab differently. All right, there. All right, got to put this into a namespace, source, game source, scene scripts. All right, so we don't have the concept of a mayor anymore. Is that anywhere? What is that doing there? Mayor scene. Oh, yeah. Delete you too, I guess. Mayor.tscn, reveal, and delete. All right, so the town hall is where we're going to have, I never actually put in the bulletin board. This is going to be an atlas texture where the atlas is the marketplace atlas. And we're just going to have it always look like that for now. So we need to figure out the coordinates of that, which is 160. What is 16 pixels tall or 20 pixels tall? No, 16. Yeah, okay, I guess so. All right, 160 and 48. Yeah, 160, 48. Okay, let's type those in. 160, 48, 32, 32. Wait a second. That's fish and fruits. What did I mess up? They're over there. Oh, I got the wrong coordinates. I flipped them. 48,160. Perfect. All right, so there's our sign. And now we'll put that out there. Yeah, that's good. It was a lot of responsibility. Yeah. All right, so that's a bulletin board. Now, the way we've always done this in the past is we put a collider inside there, and then it's just a clickable area. So let's go add an area 2D, and then a collision shape. This will be a rectangle, and the rectangle goes on top of the sign. There we go. And then we need to name the, we don't name the clickable area. We just fetch this by, what? NPC has it? Yeah, it has it. Okay, fine. Well, we're going to do that same sort of thing. Private area 2D clickable area. And get that. No, come on. Yep, good, cool. And put that in there. Okay, so when you click that, how does this function work? We need to get the event. Yeah, I guess pretty much this stuff. If it's not pressed, and yeah, let's get rid of this too. This is stupid. We'll just take what we had for signpost. Input event, clickable area, input event, and copy this whole thing. I love that shortcut. I just love it. It's Command K and then Command Q. And Command Q quits. So if you don't press the Command K correctly, then you've quit the application. You'd think, why don't you change it? But I like having a little spice when I'm coding over here. Makes things unpredictable. All right, so has spawn dialog, setup dialog, has spawn equals true, label to hide. What is this all about? Oh, I didn't even modify the right thing. Yeah, so what is this going to do? This is going to pop up the town skill tree, which is going to be a whole new dialogue. And I guess this probably shouldn't be responsible for it. It should just have like an on-click event. On-click. Yeah. And this isn't going to pass in anything. On-clicked. Cool. All right, so we just put this here, on-click.invoke, and delete all the other stuff. Yeah. All right, then the town can listen to the town hall. This is going to be town hall. I never even finished making this. Man, I just keep leaving off with things and then not finishing them. But I guess we haven't even run the game in a while. All right, so width and height, we get these things. Town hall doesn't have a get size. Does it come from here? Yes, it does. Tilemap.get size in pixels. This should be for tilemap size. Oh, this will just work. Actually, to the point where we shouldn't have even done things this way. Shouldn't have been a get size function here. Hey, unknown. Coming out of lurking to share this. It's pretty good, unknown. I don't know if I've seen that before. I don't think I have. But it's oddly familiar. All right, this stuff needs to be refactored. Add the town hall. Should probably replace enchanter den everywhere with this. Okay, rebake navigation mesh. This actually isn't really needed, but that's fine. Townhall.init. Enchanter sign dot show. We don't need that. I guess this will turn into town hall sign dot hide. And then on clicked, we're just going to have it be a lambda that does nothing. You clicked the monadic bind. All right, then what's this for? Clear the ground. Yeah, cool. A redeemable command for it. Oh my God. If I actually abided by that, that would be ridiculous. I'd probably commit my code like every 5 minutes. Okay, so what are we missing now? I think that's pretty much it. Let's try running this. There might be some errors because I have been all over the place. But if there aren't any errors, then it means that we should see the sign immediately. Yep, there it is. But something's broken. What is broken? I'm able to cast a signpost to a town hall sign. Does town hall sign not inherit from signpost? It does. So then I must have done something else wrong. Signs line 36. What? Is it not the right kind of sign? Town hall sign is a town hall sign, which is a... Oh, it's just a signpost. Didn't I make a special thing for this? I did. I just never associated it. Okay, that's fine. Easy to fix. This is the kind of stuff I was talking about. Might be some errors because I was just bouncing all over. Hello, I am bulletin board. Monadic Bind, I don't know if you're up to date on all this stream stuff, but Thels changed her name to Thels with Hat after a series of jokes. So if you change your name from Monadic Bind to Monadic Board, please don't do that. Hey Goose, happy Monday. All right, there it is. Build Town Hall. We're going to click this and we're going to cross our fingers. Build. Nothing happened. Oh, wait, no, it built it up there. Why did it build it up there? Oh, because I hard-coded a thing here? Yes, I did. Well, I didn't actually hard-code it, but I just put this in the wrong spot. Town hall sign opposition. There we go. Does the word enchanter show up in this function at all? Because if so, that's just a problem. Enchant. No, it doesn't. Well, that was probably the last instance then. Also, we got like 7 minutes till I have to take a break. Oh, rebaking the navigation mesh may actually be necessary here because we're wiping out a bunch of the ground. Hey, look at that. It worked. So yeah, the only issue... Ooh, what? There's like a pixel missing here. I know there's the pixels on the side here missing. But that shouldn't be it. Hey, Bojo. Look who's here again. I feel like I should recognize your name for you to have a message like that when you come in. Long time no see. I do not recognize your name though. And also, you have no chat history in chat. Either way, welcome to the stream. I'm guessing you're going to pull back the mask and reveal your identity pretty soon. I'm not still working for Google, no. I've got the Google command there. And actually a back command. But yeah, it's been almost 11 months. New nickname? What was your old nickname, if you don't mind sharing? Also, how could I possibly screw this up? Did I not put this at the right boundary? That's negative 15. How is it even possible? Does that mean I moved this by like 1 pixel? Where even is the... I did move it by 1 pixel. I don't even know how I did that. Just accidentally dragged it. Parsetto. Okay, well, yeah, welcome back. I don't want you to forget one of the rules of chat, which is no segmenting messages. But other than that, yeah, welcome back. I wonder if I can look at the chat history of this. I guess you would have had to get the name correct, yeah. Hey, Mr. Evil Rex. And hey, Moogle. Do you write tests for this game? We have very, very few tests. My general philosophy is that tests would slow our development speed down, and they might be written for parts of the code that just get deleted. So at some point, we're going to have like 80% of a game. right? I don't think we're there yet. But when we have 80% of a game, then any changes to systems, we will want to have some confidence that we're making them without breaking stuff. At that point, I think tests will be more important. And especially around things like save files. So, yeah, I think we're going to have to shift into writing more of them eventually. I wanted to test if that's still the case. Living on the edge. Okay, so all we would have done here is fix that one pixel. So imagine that that's fixed. We still have not fixed these pixels. Why is that happening? Oh, possibly because this is an even or odd number and all the other ones are the opposite of that, odd or even numbers. So how many numbers is this? Tile, where are the tile coordinates? Oh, I gotta click this, I guess. Yeah. So 0 to 7, that's 8. So the other ones are odd numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that's an even number as well. What happened? Maybe, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna run this again. I don't think anything really changed. Do we have the size and the constant somewhere? I don't think so. I think it's being pulled from the tile map stuff. It's still off by a pixel. Did I just not save this? Okay, I'm very confused. Oh, maybe it's the sign positioning. Oh, that's probably it. Yeah, I think I just positioned this at some like odd location. 680, 425. 680 divided by 16. It's off by half a tile. And what was the other one? 425 divided by 16? It's off by some weird number. Does that matter? It probably matters. Where's the guild? Guild sign is at 640, 135. 640. That's an exact multiple. And what was the other one? 135. That's not exact. But I guess the Y coordinate doesn't seem to matter. Or maybe it's just not obvious with the guild. Huh. Well, what's the closest tile boundary to this? 680 was off by 8 pixels. Did I even do that correctly? Yes, I did. Maybe subtracting 8 is better. Yeah, that's slightly better. All right, then 425, does that one even matter? I guess there's no reason why we can't also just make this be 26 times 16, 416. Meh, whatever, let's try that. Maybe that'll be better. Who's doing all the art for this game? Check out the credits command. I wonder if anyone actually does test-driven development for new exploratory projects. Raimu was doing it when he was working on his game on stream. I think something that's maybe a little bit weird to think about is if your project never gets released, then the test didn't really matter. And I do not say this in a bad way. It's just it's like, why do you write tests? You write tests to have confidence in what you're developing. And actually, tests can improve development speed. So possibly you ended up getting more value out of a partially finished project. But in general, I think like most projects aren't going to get released. So you do everything you can to try to make sure they even get released. And I actually wonder, in my experience, so I've worked at some big companies in the past, and some projects in those companies have gotten to the point where it's like a project hits a point where they hire people because it's grown, and then testing is almost always a problem in those scenarios. And it's because, people were just moving fast and breaking stuff. And then they start growing the team, and the team is like, we can't make changes to the code. We don't have any confidence that what we're doing is not causing bugs. So it's like, okay, well, let's get tests under control. And it almost always seems to play out that way. It's like someone gets successful, they grow the team, you have to work on tests all of a sudden. And there is no like test foundation on which to work. You have to build the test to make sure it's tested. I mean, there is a such thing as bad tests. You might not be testing what you think you're testing. And code cover doesn't necessarily tell you that you've tested the right thing, because you might hit all the lines of code without testing the right path through the code. Although there is code coverage that can tell you whether you've hit all the different combinations of stuff. All right, so now we're off by half a tile up there. It must be that this is all position based on the sign, and then I need to do something special here. So how about this? Let's just do this in the cheapest possible way. We'll set this 424, and we'll just trust that it's working now. And I should probably position the camera there. Yeah, cool, great. All right, that's good enough. I know this looks weird. We have just some thing popping into the world, and it's not meshed with the rest of the world. We have one other issue I want to do, which is to move the camera. Also, I got to take a break, so let's just finish this and then camera, pan, and zoom immediate. We'll put this in skip tutorial. Go to signs, town hall sign dot position. And that should be that. So now when we start up the game, we should be looking right at the town hall. Except I forgot a semicolon. Does that mean that this forgot a semicolon? No, it just means I didn't copy it. Easy peasy. We don't clear the tile map underneath. That's why it doesn't matter. For the enchanter, it should probably be properly aligned. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah. Although we got to change how this works anyway. Yep, so now we can just click this and build. Cool. Oh, and it should be printing out. You clicked the monadic bind. Yeah, perfect. Cool, cool, cool. Does it work through a tree? No, it doesn't. Or through here or something? I can't even click that. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a good break point. And when we get back, we've got to make it so that the town hall actually does what you want it to do, which is pop up a brand new UI that's going to take possibly the rest of today to make, but maybe not. Yeah. All right. Well, for those on Twitch, feel free to play this game. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Congratulations to Zoe. First time first place win. Look at that record. 1/2/0. Yo, it's finally time. And Moogle, thank you for resubbing. I scrolled up in chat and saw the message. Close the game. Finally, it's happened. You can retire. Or you can keep trying. Thirst for more. Forever wandering the earth. Some sort of jump royale wraith. All right. We need to make this pop up a skill tree. I wonder if it's worth just kind of checking in what we've done so far. What's this? What you just saw is Jump Royale. That's a game that's just played on breaks. What you're about to witness, slash, I guess, are witnessing right this second, and not the game that you just saw, is Skeleseller, which is the game we're working on. So Jump Royale is just for breaks. That's already done. This is a town management game where you send adventurers into battle, you get items, you sell the items, you build up your town. And we're working on this right now, which is building the town hall. So you have a town hall. I think Kevin had just suggested that there should be some indication that you can actually click this. Maybe worth modulating the sign when hovering so it's clear you can interact with it. Yeah, that is a pretty good idea. How do you indicate that you could hover over with just modulate, I wonder? Let's go to modulate and see. Because I think you'd want to make it brighter, but you can't make it brighter. You could only dim it somehow. Or I guess you could highlight it in a particular color. Maybe... No. I think the ideal way is to add a shader and like outline the entire sign when you hover over it. And I think we might even have a task for that. Yeah, highlight or otherwise outline interactable objects. Yeah. Yeah. I might give this to you, Kevin. You just missed the game. You did, and I'm not reading that. Z-Wubs put me on red alert. Can't give me that easily. Gonna need some sort of assembly crafted message. That works? Okay, yeah. Yeah, and there is an outline shader. If you look at like Godot assets library, I guess. There's an outline shader, but it does something kind of weird. 2D outline shader. I think this is the one I used. Oh, this hasn't been updated in a while. And it did something a little bit strange. Anyway, if you look at the idle ascendance code, I think I used this shader in there. Shaders. Outline shader. Yeah, this is the same one. I said just made a change to the vertex shader to only offset the Y coordinates so the H flipped sprites don't look strange. But maybe that's because my sprites aren't centered. Yeah, so maybe this works totally fine. But I will just kind of leave you with this. Dang indeed. Squish the sign on hover like a button on the old website style. Yeah, I think we could do that. But I think the outline is unequivocally clear what's happening. And I think the outline on its own would be good enough. So I think we'll probably just stick with that. Hey, Crows, thanks for the resub. 3 months in advance, too. Wow. You know, that's the one time when I feel like September is actually worthwhile. If you can resub in September, I think you end up saving sometimes like 50%. Also, is that strange? There's like 1 pixel on this sign right at the very corner. That one right there. Feels strange. Maybe that's fine. We'll take a look while I work on save load. Yeah, cool. Cool. All right, yeah, so we're going to check this in, and then we're going to work on the skill tree thing. Have we done everything in here? Add a sign somewhere in the world? Yeah, all right, let's check that in. Are they at your expense or Twitch's? They're at Twitch's expense. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be pretty sucky if they had a promotion for Twitch saying, hey, you should subscribe, and a bunch of people do, and the broadcaster gets less money that month. All right, this is just for the town hall scene. As far as I'm concerned, that's good enough for right now. Do we even have a proper graphic for that? Like a town hall? Where's this one? Yeah, I think something like this could look a little bit better. Because I just chose something that kind of looked like a house. Although really, all of these kind of look like houses. maybe this one looks less like a house. Or maybe a town hall having an extra, I don't even know what this is, a floor, a roof. What happened to the game of the robots, Botland? It was discontinued, and then it'll be open source. Altman is working on open sourcing it. So at some point, you'll be able to go to bot.land and you'll possibly be able to play again or download it and build it yourself and play. But yeah, I don't have an estimate of when that'll be done. Do we have any kind of tower style building? I'm not sure. Do you have the assets, by the way? I might not have ever shared them with you. Let me look at this. Because Super Retro World has a whole bunch of these. Yeah, like this won't work. This is also the snowy thing. What's this? This is just animated water. There's that. Oh, that's not the top of a building. That's actually the building itself. Is there anything here that's something we want? I don't know. I don't, but haven't needed them. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna look through all these, I guess. I'm not sure if we have something good or not, but we could always have those drawn. Also, I don't think drawing them is actually probably gonna take too long. But yeah, not a concern for right now. All right, town hall sign looks good. Town scene changed, add the sign. Then to, why are there two changes? Oh, it has a reference to scene. Okay, fine. We have a cost. We have the town hall thing. We have this. A lot of this is duplicated code. You clicked the bulletin board. This has to do something eventually. Should probably write a note to myself to refactor a lot of that code. I'm not going to do it now. It's just not important. Refactor the code positioning, like behind, what is this called? Enchanter Den. And create town hall. Lots of similarities. Could you easily assemble a different building from multiple assets? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think so. A lot of these assets, or at least if you're talking about the assets we have, why did my mouse just stop working and my camera? Man, this USB hub sucks. Hang on a second. Plug this stuff back in. Nothing's working still. Do we have camera? No, we don't. What if I do this? Camera, hello. Okay, cool. Yeah. Anyway, part of the problem with any of these things is like, okay, you could combine, let's say, this half of the house with this half of the house, and that would work. But let's say you wanted to add in, I don't know, like a hut or something like that. Like there just aren't really the graphics to do that unless they already had a hut graphic somewhere. So yeah, I think it's tough. Can fiddle a bit to come up with a building. I don't think that's super important. So I should probably share the assets with you, but I just don't think it's something that's going to be important for you to work on. I think just the sign outline thing should be good. Share Super Retro World with Kev. Yeah. There's sprites for walls. Would you get stack if that's what you're looking for? Yeah, I guess we could make a taller building. Maybe that's all we need. Thinking more vertical. Yeah, that could work. And if it doesn't look good, then we could probably do some pretty minimal changes to make it look good. All right, back to the changes. So we don't want to check in this. Although maybe I'll just do this for now. Remove me once done with the town hall. To do, remove the code above. Yeah, I'm not going to... Whoops. Put that in the wrong spot. There. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Yeah, cool. Add town hall. It's not functional yet, but I wanted to separate the skill tree work from the building work. Oh, I should have made a new branch. I already am on a new branch. Nice. Cool. Should you go for any kind of research or analysis for the demand of Skeleseller? Or is it as usual, you have a cool project that you want to evolve and you try to monetize it later? So, Fells, welcome back. Fells with a hat, I mean. And thank you for the resub. I think there are a couple things that you'll probably find interesting for this answer that is maybe not exactly what you're talking about here. But for one, I want to prove that I learned something from Botland. And there were a lot of different things I learned. In general, it was things like the scope was very large. The monetization was based on having a gigantic player base. The complexity of the game was out there. The sort of genre was out there. There's a lot of things that were tough about that. And then two, this didn't come from analyzing the market. It came from analyzing all of my game ideas. So one stream, probably now 7 months ago or something, we went through my entire list of game ideas that I had. And we came up with like 2 to 3 that I wanted to try. And one of them I still want to make. But the idea that this started as was just the battle idea. Pretty much it was picture Final Fantasy 1, but where you automated all of the battles. That's what I was thinking. So you would start a new game, you'd get a character, you'd get into battles. And at first you'd pretty much just be playing Final Fantasy 1. You'd be clicking buttons and you'd be, doing damage to enemies. But then as you leveled up, you'd get this automation skill at the top here, and then your character would just start acting for themselves. It wasn't like it was the worst game in the world. I spent 3 weeks on this, and it's playable if you want to try it. It's not terrible, but it's certainly not great. And I don't think there was a large future for this game. A lot of people, the feedback was like, all right, once I've automated battles, what am I doing? It's like, yeah, what are you doing? I don't know. So at that point, we were like, well, what if there was a whole new mechanic, which is that while the battles are going on, which is what we have in this game, and I know my keyboard camera's covering it, but there's a battle happening right now. While that's happening, you can still go manage your town. So maybe you had some items and you're like, oh, let's drag a potion over to here. And then your battle is won and you're like, oh, now I want to make my adventurer do something else, or I need to change their skill loadout or any of that sort of stuff. So I think that gives you an overview without me going into too much more detail about this stuff. So this wasn't born out of just like total randomness. I'm trying to be much more pointed about how I'm doing things. And one of the other big changes is the checkpoint system, which is we're launching alphas. We've launched versions 0.1, 2, and 3. And this next one is coming up probably on November 22nd, I think. And at each point we get feedback, and I look through every piece of feedback and prioritize it and do something based on it. So here was the last checkpoint. We got 28 responses. And if you just look at the overview, the I had fun playing the game is taking up a large chunk of this circle. 3D Extended, welcome back. Thank you for the resub. Looking forward to our mentoring session on Wednesday. And some of these people actually exactly half, had not played the game at all before that. I suppose you're supporting touch devices like with Botland? Not at first, no. Well, actually, let me fix that. Touch will work because it's just mouse input, but mobile devices aren't planned. Lots to talk about? Okay, good. Yeah. Which number session is it? I think it's number 8. Yeah, wow, it is. Wow, I can't believe it's been this long. Why am I integrating Pixie.js? The more I think about it, the more I think Pixie.js was a good library, and I just didn't have a good grip on how I should be using that stuff. I wasn't super happy with the Botland rendering code. All right, so skill tree. We're going to have to come up with a name for it, and that's the easiest part. And then everything else is going to be a little bit tougher. So let's plan this out a little bit. The town, and I write it as a skill tree. Differences from the other skill trees. There's no respecializing. This is because there's no need. You can eventually unlock everything. And it costs money, not skill points. Yeah. Yeah, the underlying engine is very different. This is Godot. What I use Pixie for? Botland? Yeah, just for Botland. Hey, RM Cubic. By the way, I don't know if you were here, RM Cubic. I know you proposed the recycling druid, but then like 5 minutes passed and I gave you a point. But I did give you a point. I do plan on using that name. About a year ago, you asked if I'm still interested. I know. it's just nuts to think about. And I've been thinking about for future mentoring, do I want to do series again? And I don't think I want to at first. I think I want to do like one-off mentoring sessions. Isn't it just advertisements, like paying to upgrade the customers coming into town? Some like flyers and advertisements. It is for some of it. Like we could probably call it like ads, increase max customers. But then maybe we have something like build a fountain, increase customer tips or something like that, or build a road, increase customer speed. I don't think we're going to spend a whole lot on this. I think we're probably just going to say that the road is improved, but maybe not change the graphics for it. So it'll be something like, maybe we call it springy soil or something like that. It's like plus 20% customer speed. And then we just don't explain anything beyond that. It doesn't change the graphics or anything. But what I'm thinking is, does this need to be a tree? Maybe it doesn't. Doesn't need to be a tree per se. Maybe it's just a list of stuff you can purchase. And you can see how much the later stuff costs. Because what's the point of a tree? I guess you need to see the description of what you're buying. I need to show you a description of what you're buying. Why you're an hour early? Yeah, I hadn't realized. But yeah, the daylight saving time difference. And in fact, I started my stream later than I normally do. Yeah, so one of the ways I can kind of picture this working is you click the town hall thing and it shows you a list of options, and you have an arrow pointing at whatever the option is. So it could say something like increase max customers, 500G, and plus 20% customer speed, 750 gold, and then some like mega upgrade, 99999 gold. And you just move this arrow between what you're selecting, and you could see a description of it, I guess. You probably want to be able to see which upgrades you've already unlocked. I guess that's where the tree form can come in. Yeah, trees can require a previous upgrade, but you can also still do that even with the list sort of thing. And a lot of games do that. They'll have like a, I don't know what you'd say, like a buy barracks level 1. And it might say like 500 gold. And when you unlock this, it just replaces the option completely with buy barracks level 2, 1500 gold. So it's like you still had a requirement. You just couldn't tell what that requirement was. Like you don't know how high, what's the max level of the barracks. Like you just wouldn't know in that system. So I think maybe that's part of what's worth figuring out here. Also, we have the UI for other skill trees. So if we make a new one, do I have the game running? No, I don't. So if we make a new one, it would be consistent with what we have. Did they change the 3rd of November? Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, there's 1 week apart. I don't know if Australia is the same way. Do they just follow whatever Europe does? Australia DST. I don't know. I'm not going to find this quickly. I don't think many people from Australia watch the stream. They have, certainly. I know there were some Australians here, but I think the time zone difference makes it a little tough. Non-refundable investments add perks for your entire town. I think the easiest way to show this is visible to the player, like you said, a fountain. Yeah. And I like that idea. So those functions of you built something and now you see a fountain show up in town, I think is cool. I'm just not sure how the UI is going to be for that. Australia did it before Europe. Oh, wow. Okay. Also, hey, Blub and hey, Half. So we have this skill tree. This is for adventurers. And Krasner, welcome back. Almost 2 years old. Toddling along. Thank you very much for the resub. So we have this skill tree. This is for adventurers, and this one allows respecializing. So if you put 2 points in here and you right click, you can remove them and put them in something else. Then we have the player-wide skill tree. This is the same general idea, except for this has prerequisites. although there's only one. So if you remove the point from here, it'll remove it from cloning as well down here. And if you add a point to here, it'll add it to Swift Shoes. So it knows how the prerequisites work, and you can unlock many things at once or clear out of many things at once. But the town hall is just going to be... Actually, maybe the town hall doesn't have so many upgrades. Maybe it does look kind of like the adventurer skill tree. We don't need these minus buttons. Not like that's hard to get rid of. We might want prerequisites. I guess maybe it looks more like this. I'm not sure. I guess the problem is I don't know which upgrades we even want. I sort of planned it, but not entirely. And I didn't want to come up with everything right off the bat. So max number of customers, movement speed, the odds that they stay in town, the amount of time they're outside of town, increased chance of getting rare customers, the likelihood they want an item in the first place. What? I don't know exactly know that, but make different entrances to the towns. Yeah. So these sorts of things. And then maybe other upgrades entirely. I think a tree makes the most sense. We've been using it everywhere else. So we should probably just do something like what we have here. And I guess this wasn't such crazy UI to do. But we need there to not be a minus button. And for right click to not work at all. And for it to cost money, right? All of those things. And the way skill buttons work right now is they have a lot of those things just built in. Do they have the skill points thing though? Maybe they don't. Tried to add point. What does this call into? Different things for each tree. And it has on try to add skill point. Yeah, this might not be so bad. Okay, so general conclusions. Use a tree just like the Skell tree. Modify skill button so that you can't remove points if a Boolean is set. And the questions we still have, where do we store these skills? The town, the player's abilities component. And what do we call this tree? I think town perks is good. I think we're going with that. Isn't there some crazy stat that heart attacks increase by 25% when an hour is lost? Yes, there is. And there's that famous sleep book, which I read like half of. What is that called? Why We Sleep, maybe? Yeah, Why We Sleep. And that mentions that stat in there. I think an upgrade of having patrolling guards would be great, like guard-spirited folks that walk around and increase the amount of customers that feel safe. Oh, that's an interesting way of surfacing that. I hadn't thought of that. Ideas for how to, like ideas for the lore behind this. I don't know if I want to do that because I also like the other idea where it's just advertisements. Advertisements. Customers learn about the town and then visit. Houses, you build homes for customers so that they live in town. I don't know, that's a little bit weirder. And just general cosmetics. The town is more appealing. And then guards. They make customers feel safer. Probably stored in town from an unlocked town perk set. Well, the reason I was thinking about this is because we already have, like if we think about it, we're going to have something like a +1 max customer. What is that very similar to? It's very similar to +1 max workers, and that's a player ability. So we could just make these all be player abilities, and you as a player aren't aware that there's some ability component storing it. But that might be the easiest solution for this. And we already have the idea of how to check what level an ability is. Yeah, where is this used? Yeah, this get ability. Shiny loot, get bonus %. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Storing it in the town would also work. We could just keep track of how many customers you're allowed, what their speed should be. But I guess it's getting auto-saved inside the player abilities component. Will we run into any issues with this? I hope not. We have support for requirements there. The requirements are something that the tree has to support. Yeah. So this needs a concept of prerequisites. I wonder if I should just genericize this. Because this concept of, oh no, but there's no removing points. Yeah. Let me think about this. I guess that's the last question. So other conclusions, we'll store the perks in the player's abilities component because of how similar town perks are to player-wide skills. We'll call a class town perks. Still not totally set on that. We have skill tree, skell tree. It could be like town perks tree. But anyway, town perks is fine. And then the other big question is how much of the skell tree do we refactor to support the town perks? Because what we could do is take, well, what do we need? How about we look at that? There's skell points. We don't need that at all. Save data. We don't really need that at all either because it's all going to be stored in your abilities. Ready, yeah, sure, but that's always needed. Init is doing what? Getting ability names and then setting them in the buttons. Sure. Okay, so that would be needed. Skill points label is not needed. Load from save data is just to set up your abilities. Toggle visibility, unlock. Set button ability. What does this do? Skill button. Yeah, the tooltip stuff. Try to add. We don't have a try to remove. There are prerequisites. But they come from a different location. The try learn all is probably not something I should even do for this skill tree. If you can't respecialize, it's just a little bit dangerous. So what I'm getting at is this. Currently, we have 0 points in everything. If I put a point into cloning, watch what happens. Actually puts a point into the prerequisite. And if you didn't like that, then fine, just remove them. There's no real cost to doing that. But now imagine that this costs you money. This one costs 500 and this one costs 750. So now you click this and you spend 1250. You might be like, I didn't realize I was going to do that. But now you can't get your money back because there are no refunds for this new tree. So do we even want that functionality? I don't think it's something you'd expect. Yeah, I don't think it's something you would expect. Yeah, which further reduces the area that could be shared between these. Hey, APX. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is this. I think just make a brand new class that's based on Skeletree and then refactor after it's clear what we wanted. You may not have enough money to be able to afford them both with the cap. It'd be extra confusing. Oh, that's true too. I guess we wouldn't be able to even try putting the money into one of them unless we could afford both of them. And I guess I'll write that down. Don't do the funky prereq stuff where you can left click a dependent ability to learn the parent ability. Hey, what'd you just say to me? Happy 1 year. Thanks for making it all the way to your 1 year anniversary. Also, currently on a 12-month streak. Wow, I guess that's the longest streak you could be on for this new set of streams. Didn't think about that. All right, so here are all our conclusions. Let's copy paste this into our tasks, and then let's get started on them. This is already a mess. Let's just do this in VS Code. All right, so tab all that stuff in. And then put tasks here. I guess that's not really a task. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Populated with some very basic skills. Save and load. All right, there is everything. Let's update that comment. Whew. All right, so let's go make this. I'll call this Town Perks. Let's go look at the skill tree. What do we actually have here? Just the stupid control. Oh man. Yeah, just the stupid control. All right, well, whatever. Let's save this as Town Perks. Town Perks. We got these buttons from inside the control that exists. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I really don't like that. Yeah. Well, we're going to make a few changes here. Let's start by getting rid of the stuff that doesn't matter. You definitely need to know how much money you have. Does that currently cover this? It does. All right, so I think showing your money in here is probably a good idea. It's just a money label like the other money label. Or maybe the way we show this on screen is such that you can just see your money at the same time. No, it's probably good to just put this here. Yeah. Just call this money label. Is that what we do in the town UI, town menu? Call it money label. Yeah, cool. All right, great. So that's done. So access is unique name. Now there is a tooltip on this, and that tooltip says what? Maximum money. Increase this by defeating elite enemies. I feel like we should just reuse the money label. Like it should just be its own scene that knows how to do this stuff. This is it's gonna be annoying. All right, let's take a look at that. How do we set this up? So we must listen somewhere. Update money label. What from the town? There's some like got more money. Yes, money changed. Update money label. Yeah, let's encapsulate this inside its own class. How fun. All right, so save branches scene. Where are scenes? UI. Call this money label. And give this its own script. Do we have a UI? Scene script / UI. We do. Okay. Well, create it. Now the weird thing is we have two different scripts. One on the tooltip. Oh, that's fine. And then one here. Yeah, hopefully this doesn't mess up how this thing renders too. And I guess technically we'd have the color change as well. As you get close to the maximum, it might turn red. But I think that's fine as well. All right, now we need to move some code here from the town menu. So I guess let's make an init that takes in town. There we go. Put this inside of a namespace. Game source scene scripts UI. And then when you initialize this thing, this needs to go here. Update money label is a thing that exclusively lives here. Then this, where'd that go? Money tooltip. We don't even have the money label, do we? That's in ready. Yeah, we have it right there. Okay, we're gonna initialize this thing with the town. Why is it complaining about this? Label. Oh, it's because it thinks it's a label. Not anymore. Now it's a money label. You've been upgraded. You got cash. Cold hard cash. All right, so this is done. We don't need this. Now what about maximum money, excuse me. This is also something that needs to exist inside that label. This gets called once. This gets called once. So on a init, we should call this update money label, yeah. And call this one. And now delete them both. And delete that. That's already done, right? Yes. Now there's a max money changed. This was only ever used for the label. Sounds good. Sounds good indeed. Although actually the tooltip now lives in a different spot too. This is a nice little refactoring. I'm actually happy I did this. This is going to make this a lot easier to read through. Update max money. So this goes up here too. And then we just need the money tooltip. Yeah, this is a great change. Wow. And this can go over there too. All right, so what do we need still? We need this. We need the money label itself, which is what this thing is. So I guess we just delete all of this. That should work fine. And that's that, right? Money tooltip. We need to set this to the town's tooltip. That's also something we can do from here. All right. Now we just need a ready function, because otherwise this isn't going to work. This, unfortunately, isn't taken from the town. It's taken from the town menu. But yeah, it would be nice if all this code was coming out of the town. All right, make a ready function, put that there, and then get the tooltip. Oh, did I delete that? No, it's already there. Nice. Okay, yeah, cool. Moved a bunch of code over here. So now that thing could just be a money label in the other scene. And then we just need to initialize it correctly. Do we already have a script for this? Nope. Where does that live right now? Scene script, Skeletree. Sure, detach. Attach. Source, scene scripts, town perks. What? Did I already save that? I'm a little confused, but I think I did. All right, so now this gets deleted, and instead we just instantiate it in a money label. Put that there, delete this one. Change the name, make that unique. All right, there's no debug grant points here. We don't need this. This is garbage. Could be a debug grant money, but we have a menu to do that already. Close button, that's fine. Now a bunch of controls. So let's... More skills. We shouldn't call this skills. More perks. Cleaning up town class. I'd like to at some point. All right, let's just start with one skill in here, or maybe two. I'm going to delete all of these things. Yeah, so we're going to call this the Testeroni skill. Except for it actually had a different name, didn't it? We called it skill buttons. Yeah, sure, fine. Skill button. I think just Testeroni skill is fine. All right, now make it unique. And that's good. That's our UI for this. All right, now, this is going to totally fail to build at all. We don't need any prerequisites yet. Although we probably will have these at some point, but not at first. Ability ID to button. Why do we save this? What is this called from? Removing and adding skill points. Yeah, all right, we're going to have a lot of work here. We sure are. Tooltip should also be unique. Yeah, this is not gonna be fun. Debug power skill, debug money skill. What are these even doing? Are these used anywhere? No and no. Tooltip ability ID. Number of available skill points we don't need. Skill container we shouldn't need. Has unlocked. Let's maybe delete this concept. How does this work right now? Toggle visibility is in here, and if you haven't unlocked this, we can't toggle it. I don't see why there shouldn't be a shortcut for this. So I guess has unlocked town hall, but that wouldn't need to be saved here, would it? We should just save a reference to the town and tell from that. Yeah. Private town. Which from that we could get the player abilities, right? Why am I doing any of this way? Oh, good, they're private. There's no need for that. Yeah, there's no need for that. Skill points as well. Is that private? It's only stored in the skill tree. Okay. Oh, quite the conundrum here. What else do we use from this? I only want to save the town for what reason? Why'd I even do that? Forgetting something that we need here. Money? Not money though. Something else. I don't remember. In terms of marketing, were you planning to do a Kickstarter for the game? I wasn't planning on it, no. I've always been very torn on this because the way I kind of look at it is like you start and you have something to market. So in this case, it's Skeleseller. You make a Kickstarter. Now, don't you have two things to market? Like, if you can get the Kickstarter to be successful, couldn't you have just gotten the game to be successful? And I know that's slightly spurious logic in that Kickstarter has its own audience. So you're attracting all the people from Kickstarter who might notice this thing. But how much is that? How much does that help? There's an overhead to a Kickstarter. I feel like Kickstarters become full-time projects for at least a month. Just to get them up and running. Has unlocked Town Hall. The same as has built Town Hall. Or just the prereqs to build it have been met. Oh, that's why I wanted to do that. Has unlocked or has built. I don't think we have the concept of unlocked Town Hall. I think it's just whether you built it. And then if you built it, you can open this menu. You hate Kickstarter. Why do you hate Kickstarter? I think there are a couple of pieces of this. One is Kickstarter, the site or the entity. Maybe you don't like the UI, or maybe they're doing something shady. I don't know. And then the other is Kickstarter projects, which is they fail a lot. maybe this is what people usually mean when they don't like Kickstarter. Like you backed something and it never came to fruition. But that's not Kickstarter's problem. That's crowdfunding. AOC is the prime example. I don't know what we're talking about, Mr. Evil Rack. So what's the like full context here? Kickstarter has its own audience, and there's a direct incentive for the person buying the game to share it with others and encourage them to buy it. Unlock more features of the game to ultimately get. I don't know enough to say if it's a good idea. And I think the two main reasons to do it are funding and publicity. And from the funding perspective, I don't think we need it. So from the publicity perspective, is it the best use of time? Ashes of Creation. I mean, it still doesn't tell me what actually happened here. But from what I can guess, Ashes of Creation is just a project on Kickstarter, and they might not have delivered on their promises, or maybe they didn't complete the game or something like that. But that's having a problem with crowdfunding, not with Kickstarter, right? Because no crowdfunding platform can guarantee that a project will get completed. At best, it can guarantee that you won't lose your money if the project doesn't get completed. But they can't like make something come to fruition. Anyway, I don't really have a problem with crowdfunding as a consumer. I funded some game years ago that still is not out yet, but when it finally does release, I'll probably play it. Actually, I wonder how many times I've backed a campaign. Probably like 3. Essentially, please invest in us, even though you'll get all the risk and none of the investor protection. Project can change your mind on what they'll deliver. Yeah, yeah. But I agree with this. This is definitely the understanding here. I think there's some amount of just consumer awareness that addresses this. Like, I don't necessarily think there's a problem with saying, here's a project, here's why I need the money. There are certainly risks of how I might not complete this thing, and you might not ever see the light of day for this project. But like, maybe the project has a 40% chance of completion. And if you're upfront about that stuff, I think that can be good. Otherwise, some of these projects would never get completed. And as I mentioned, I think there are people who do it for the funding and then complete their project as a result of that funding. There's a whole bunch of creative works we just never have, if not for Kickstarter or crowdfunding in general. Excuse me. But I recognize, just like anything else, you get burned enough and you're like, well, I just don't like it. It doesn't even give you the final game. Man, I definitely, I think MMOs are in a bad spot. And I think to make an MMO, I don't want to get super sidetracked, so I just want to say this. I think any multiplayer game that requires a community is like a super tough endeavor, because there's no guarantee you're going to keep any sort of community. And I think in MMO especially, MMOs are typically games that if the community dwindles too much, or if it's just even on the decline, you might cause a bunch of people to jump ship, and then that's it. Your game is just sort of stranded. It's like, well, do we turn it into a single player game? And usually that's not easily doable. So yeah, I don't think making an MMO is a wise financial decision for most companies. They sold alpha access packages, change what access you would get, reset development. Okay, so to be fair, none of that stuff was even really had to do with crowdfunding. They might have just sold the game on Steam and had all those same things happen and not taken anyone's money ahead of time. So yeah, I think it's certainly problematic. I'm not trying to say there isn't a problem there. I think if you promise something as a game dev, you should try to deliver on it as best you can. And that's why you should be careful about what promises you make. But yeah, that doesn't sound like it has anything to do with crowdfunding. And I mean, that's the other concern people have, right? Oh, this game's in early access, which early access is not the same as crowdfunding, because they don't necessarily need the funding side of things, or else the project just doesn't get done. You actually don't know when the project won't get done. Anyway, I am certainly spinning my wheels on this a lot. So we were getting to town so that we could figure out if you had the town hall, but we don't need this. And I don't know how it works for the Skeletree. There's like unlocked Skeletree. Oh, this was here because there wasn't a building associated with it. Okay, yeah, I don't think we need this. I think we need to listen for when, yeah, let me just write this in the init or something like that. To do listen for when the town hall is built, and then allow you to toggle the visibility of this. And to do add in a hotkey to toggle the visibility. If they took investors' money and said the game would launch by 2020, then decide to reset development, it'd be a suit case against the CEO. Okay, I see what you're saying. That if this were to happen with traditional investing, someone would get sued and someone would make money off of that. But because it was a Kickstarter campaign, no one got sued, because the whole terms of service of this is that you might not get the project at the end. And I'd still argue, I mean, this, in general, this pattern plays out a lot. Person or entity X makes a promise. Person Y like gets hyped based on the promise. Promise is broken. Y is mad. This general pattern happens and it can happen whether or not money's involved, whether it's a Kickstarter, whether it's a proper investment. And yeah, the Kickstarter route though says, like, you basically say, if promise is broken, I will not get mad, because that's the whole understanding of the website, right? My point is crowdfunding allowed for a lot of messing about while not having enough protection for the backers. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Kickstarter has like guaranteed campaigns, or guaranteed, what is it? Like if it doesn't get funded, you get your money back. What happens if not funded? Yeah. All pledges are canceled, doesn't receive any. Yeah. There's some way to do that. Maybe it's an option or something. I'm not sure. But like I said, I think as a consumer, if you're aware of what's going on there, you can just choose not to back something and completely bypass any of the risk. All right, so this has unlocked. Do we need this? This can just be stored in town and it can tell us when this thing is unlocked. But then we need a private boolean here. I haven't been just removing code from this, have I? I have. Oh no, but I only removed the stuff that was needed. I'm just debating on where to store this. I do think just keeping track of the town is a good idea here. Yeah. Okay. Hey Nook, what game are we making? It's a game called Skeleseller. I've got some more info here. And by the way, part of the reason I don't want to sound like a jerk. I get asked that question a lot. It makes sense. People come in, they're new, they're like, what are you making? And I've got that FAQ that answers a lot of it. I can't do a demo every single time someone comes in and asks the question. So if you do have more questions based on the FAQ, feel free to ask. I don't want to sound like I'm being dismissive. I just also am like knee deep in a problem right now that I'm trying to figure out. All right, so we don't need this here. Player ability level changed. I guess we need to figure out how we're going to connect that. And the rest of these things, I think we'll need. All right, so this concept doesn't exist. Let's get rid of save data for right now. We don't need the skill container. So we don't need this either. The close button could have been accessed via unique name. Thanks for understanding. Okay. So this is going to be here. I'm going to hide that. Get the tooltip. Yep, cool. We don't need that thing. Set up debug button. I'm not going to put in here either. Set up debug button. Yeah, just delete all that. All right, now init. We're going to have a bunch of things we want to do here. What is this? Ability ID. All right, we don't even have an ability ID set up for this thing. Maybe we just shouldn't do anything yet. So it's going to be a skill button that doesn't have anything. Skill points label doesn't exist. Okay, let's keep going. There's going to be no load thing yet. This has unlocked. We're just going to get it from the town. Oh, I guess this needs to pass in the town, which should make this thing public. Oh my God. Yeah, fine. Town equals town. So we don't save off player abilities. We just get it from this thing. Right there. This is private. There's no guarantee as to what you'll ultimately get. People know what they're getting into. Don't mind putting some money down for a project I find interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I guess Mr. Evil Rex, let me ask this. Like, knowing what you know about Kickstarter, would you just be more careful in the future about whether or not you want to invest? Having issues with object-oriented programming etiquette? No. Point is they could at least remove him. Actually, I guess, okay, maybe here's a more interesting question, which is, would you back Skeleseller if it were on Kickstarter? I am actually curious, although I'm being a little bit facetious here. And I don't plan on making a Kickstarter. I'm just curious, like knowing what you know about the platform, knowing what you know about me, about the game. By the way, I appreciate it, Presley. I am just asking Mr. Evil Rex based on the context of this conversation so far. Yeah, so I think I want to make this public here. And the only thing I'm debating is what level of dependency injection do we want to do for this? And I'm just not concerned about this. Once we finally get to testing this, I'm probably just going to pass in the 2 things we need from town. Take my money. I'm not starting a Kickstarter. At least I'm not planning on doing it. Never doing Kickstarter crowdfunding. I'd happily invest as an investor. While I like and trust you, you're still human. Life changes in the contract. Yeah. Yeah. And I think the other thing to consider here is what's the level of investment? I mean, most people would lend a friend $5, right? Like, and not even expect it in return probably. And if they get the $5 back, great. Most people would probably have a hard time lending a friend $5,000, even if you have the money, right? I'm assuming you have the money in this hypothetical. I think it's the same thing with something like a Kickstarter. Some campaigns are literally like spend $10 and maybe get a game eventually. And if you lose $10, you're probably not like, oh my God, my life is ruined. I think it's just, yeah. Yeah, are you investing if you buy an early access? Yeah. So that's kind of what I'm getting at here, right? Is you'd probably just move on with your life. You know, if someone steals your wallet, you're mad about it. Someone takes $5 from your wallet, you're like, well, maybe they just needed the $5. I don't know. Don't think I've funded something before, so probably not, but it doesn't look bad. Yeah. And it all depends on the level of investment, right? If you're backing a company or a car or whatever else and you're spending thousands of dollars, you probably care a lot more about it. But I think just in terms of like, how much do you care about losing a few bucks? Probably not as much. I don't think someone has some like absolutism about this where even a penny lost is a moral outrage. Yeah, I think donations are totally separate from investments though. I think donating knowing like I like this person, I want to see them succeed is different from I like this person, I want to see them succeed, but also get a return on my investment in the form of either more money or a game or something like that. 5, 10, 30 is the principle of it. I agree. I think that at some scale on either extreme, it changes the equation a little bit. By the way, fun fact about this, I've asked people about this before, and the fact has to do with opinions, but I ask people about piracy of indie games versus Blizzard games or Nintendo games or something like that. And I guess also private servers with indie versus like Blizzard games. And generally people are like private servers aren't hurting Blizzard. Like it's even if it's taking a piece of the pie, it's a really tiny piece of the pie. But then they're like, oh, I wouldn't do that to an indie dev. So I do think the scale matters to some extent. But yeah, anyway, I think we probably talked about this enough. I think we all sort of understand each other. There are some disagreements. That's fine. I'm going to move on. So yeah, I'm thinking of making this thing be public. Let's call this player abilities. And let's make it public. And let's say get private set. So there's that. Now we need to move this whole thing down here. There we go. And then use this from the, where'd the town perks go? Oh, it's the red tab. All right, so we don't need this anymore. Delete that. I don't have a hotkey for this yet. I don't really care about that. So if town dot, what's it called? Town hall is not equal to null. Or if it's equal to null, I guess. We just say is null. Cool. So unlock Skeletree. I'm not going to really concern myself with this for right now. I don't know what this even does though. Unlocked Skeletree. This must be for some tutorial thing, right? Oh, it shows a button in the UI. I don't want there to be a button in the UI, I think. I'm curious what your opinion of developing inside Godot is. I haven't had a good experience with it myself, and nowadays recommend something like Raylib with C# bindings more. I think it's been fine. I used Godot back in 2020 for the first time. And back then I was like, okay, this is good. It was better than what I was currently doing. I was working on a game called Botland, and I was using JavaScript and Pixie and Howler and a whole bunch of other things. And then in 2024, so I guess earlier this year in April, we did the prototype in Godot and GDScript. And from that, I concluded that I don't want to use GDScript, but I still liked Godot. And then right after that, we shifted to Godot and C#. And I think things have been pretty good. I'd be curious about what your gripes were with Godot. I think one issue with Kickstarter nowadays is you're not getting huge visibility due to it. You lose out on the momentum of Steam that can happen if your most loyal fan base all buy and review the game at launch. Yeah, well, like I said, I think the other component of this is I don't think you can just say, okay, it's Saturday afternoon, I'm going to launch a Kickstarter. I think the level of polish that goes into a Kickstarter now is truly a full-time job for, like I said, about a month maybe. And responding to people and making sure you got the reward tiers. And then after, let's say you're successfully funded, then it becomes, okay, now fulfill all the rewards at some point. That's probably another like month of work, depending on what you did. Maybe you're printing t-shirts and sending them to people. Maybe you're, I don't know, just even sending out Steam keys to people. Maybe someone unlocked your $50,000 tier and you have to helicopter them out to a private island. I don't think $50,000 will let you do that. Probably would have never gotten WoW Classic. Yeah, I guess there are other factors like that too. That could be true. All right, so we don't need this. As unlocked, I don't want to set any of this stuff. Set button ability. This is going to be get node button name, but the button name needs to be stored with a percent sign. Where do we even get these from? ID to value there. Yeah, so it'd be the node path, button node path, I guess. And then we'd store these things with percent signs, which I'm not even going to uncomment yet, but there we go. Looks good. Doesn't scale well at all. If you look at their GitHub, you'll see complaints about the engine seemingly using the slowest data types in every use case. Yeah, I think this all depends on what you're developing too. Like if you're developing Pac-Man, the scale will never matter. But yeah, if you're developing something that's more CPU intensive, I think it will matter, or memory intensive, I guess. You can just do a Kickstarter of one tier where you to copy the games or raise awareness. Yeah, like I said, I think the only real benefit with that is that you're touching Kickstarter's audience, or you're reaching them, and that if that's not big enough, then it's like, well, all of this was in vain. C# bindings are actually translated into GDScript somehow. Like you don't get any performance using C# over GDScript. I don't think that's the case. It shows native functions all the way down the call stack when I'm debugging. Although maybe there's some like, native function that is somehow just executing GDScript. I guess that's possible, but yeah, I didn't think that was the case at least. Yeah, and look, I think it's totally fine. I think this is what's nice about game dev is if an off-the-shelf engine suits your needs, then it can get you started quickly. If it doesn't suit your needs, then either tweak it or use a different combination of tools. Do you think people crowdfunding are intentionally abusing the lack of protections? Game development is really hard and risky, and it's becoming increasingly harder to get funded. I don't have enough. I know you're not even asking me. I know this is a reaction to Mr. Evil Rex, but I was gonna say I don't have enough insight into this, but I know during the whole like crypto gold rush that there were people who were intentionally exploiting the hype around crypto, making some like pump and dump scheme and then leaving. And you can never be positive, right? But I am like 99% sure that there were some people who were like, I am going to get wealthy off of this, and not I'm going to make the product I actually plan to make, or I'm going to improve the world somehow. So I assume that people are also probably doing the same with crowdfunding. Like, hey, this is a way for me to make money. Let me make money. I don't know how often that happens though. Do they use it as a marketing platform instead of actual crowdfunding? Probably, yeah. I mean, it's sort of a win-win. If you get funded, then there's more money to work with. And also that means that there are people who are invested enough in it. And I think that pays off again later. If we just take games as an example, like your game launches 3 years from now, someone's like, I got an email saying I got it for free. Oh, I paid for it 3 years ago. Didn't realize that. and then they play it and they're like, oh, this is actually pretty good. They leave a review. Maybe they feel like, well, I invested in this, so I'm more likely to leave the review. Although I guess in Steam, it would show up as like, you got this for free next to the review, because you would have paid for it on a different platform. So then they would have had to give you a Steam key. No clue how to handle a budget and keep promises. Oh yeah. Yeah. I definitely see this. And it's kind of like what Mr. Evil Rex said. Like, they like the stream, but I'm human. And no matter how much you trust me, who knows? Maybe another pandemic happens and it totally changes the circumstances. Or maybe the game is just bigger than I thought it was. Or I don't know, life happens pretty much. Yeah. I really should have taken a break by now. And I think we're going to just take the break now. I'm also going to delete this thing. And I guess delete these things. So I will be back in just a little bit. We're going to keep chunking through this class, and we're going to eventually get to the point where we can add and remove stuff by the end of today, but maybe not before lunch. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Oh my goodness. Zoe did it again. Zoe's on fire. Oh man. You said explain, guys. Do you want to know how to play the game? Is that what you're saying? Because you type join. You can even join on this screen. So there I am. And now J and then a number. So positive numbers jump to the right and negative numbers jump to the left. So I can type J10 to jump like 10 degrees up. So it'll go like this way. Yeah. Anyway, you'll have to experiment next time though. Close the game. Here are the full instructions, by the way. But yeah. All right, we're going to keep working through this, as I mentioned. Yeah, sure thing. All right, so this is town.player abilities. Actually, we could just replace this everywhere. Yeah, there. All right, try to add skill points. This is fine. Levels greater than max level and just stop. We don't have anything else. There's no try, learn all prerequisites, so I don't care about that. Try, learn all, just delete all this. Unlearn all dependent abilities. We don't need that either. Modify is fine, but remove is not fine. Modify skill points doesn't matter. Get all dependent skills. We don't have this concept yet, so I don't think we should worry about that. T is an alias for left and Y is an alias for right. That's actually a good point. Well, maybe not. Hang on. I guess it depends on what numbers you're typing. Why don't you just make an auto hotkey script that replaces the letters? In fact, make it so you can never type the letter T. You don't really need it. It's not that common. This would be modify scale points. Amount. See? You don't need that letter. You don't need that leer. All right, so we don't need this. Okay, so get all prereqs. Let's get rid of this concept too. Yeah, get all dependent skills. I'm gonna get rid of that as well. And I think we're in pretty decent shape. Yeah, I think we're in pretty decent shape. Okay, I want to go make a hotkey that will toggle the town skill tree. So T is for adventurers. T is for the player. How about we also make T open up the town? I don't know what we would do with this because we can't make A for adventurers because WASD is for the camera. So what do we do for the town? Maybe C for customer? Yeah, that could work. Do we use C for anything else? No. Okay, yeah, sure. That sounds fine for now. We can always change them. We could always even expose those options to the player if we want. Yeah, sorry, just reading through chat. Once that's a 9% fail to deliver at all. External research says a bit higher. I wonder if this sort of controls for how many people are doing this for just marketing reasons, which is, I guess, impossible to know. Once had to use a keyboard where the T broke. Got very good at typing T by pasting from the clipboard. God, that sounds miserable. I would just rebound 0 or something to T. Hey, Wem. Hey, Grease Traveler of Wem. Yeah, I think we'll just make this be C. So let's go into project and change the input map. Where is the other one? UI toggle. There it is. So we're going to make a UI toggle. What do we call this? Town perks. UI toggle town perks add. And then add a key. And how do we do this? Can we just type C here? Yes. Cool, cool, cool. So greasy. As a kid, didn't know all the fancy workarounds I could do now. Yeah. I guess the least fancy workaround is probably what you did, which is buy a new keyboard eventually. I remember way back in the day, it was a keyboard I used that cost $5. And at one point, my family just bought like 4 of them, even though we didn't need 4 of them. So whenever a keyboard broke, which was honestly pretty rare, then we already had a new one to replace it. Nowadays, I feel like the most expensive keyboard I just saw get announced was like $760. It was the one with like a million LEDs. Imagine paying 700 something dollars for a keyboard. I'm into custom keyboards, and even I would not probably do that. A keyboard would have to like do my laundry for me or something. All right, I'm gonna relaunch this. The cyberboard, maybe that was it. Let me take a look. I don't think I know the name of it. It might have been that. What's the price on this? Okay, 700. I was off by a little bit. Apparently there's a save 4%. Where's the side view of this though? Yeah, I think it was this one. But okay, as a keyboard, if you just look at the keys, it's not really special at all, right? Like you could probably get the exact same sound and feel from paying $200 or $300. The thing that makes this unique is the crazy amount of LEDs on this. Actually, I don't think it was this one, because I think there were some like holes punched on the side as well to get some LEDs on the side. But I don't know. Kinesis 360 is like 600 in the UK. What? I don't think it's that expensive in the US. Maybe it's just a shipping thing. Where's the price? Oh, no, it is crazy expensive in the US. It starts at 450. Okay, wow. I did not realize that. Wow. Does it type for itself? Yes. Yeah. High fashion is inscrutable. I don't buy Rolexes either. Well, the keyboard has a function, right? Fashion, I guess technically you could say has a function of it still keeps you warm, but that's not why you typically buy the clothes. But you, with these keyboards, like you're using it as a keyboard, presumably, right? It's not just a paperweight. Anyway, I'm like super sidetracking myself. All right, so if we press C, it tries to open this thing, but we don't have it, so we have to build it first. And now pressing C is just presumably doing nothing. Oh, I never coded it. Ha 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 ha. Oh, whoops. All right, let's go code it. So this is UI toggle town perks. And we're gonna call, I don't know why I made custom functions for this. Presumably there's some other thing that I did with it, but just town hall.toggle. Oh no, it's town perks. Oh, we don't have access to this. Well, we have it with a skill tree. Doesn't this mean the UI needs to exist somewhere? Yes, it does. Haven't done that. All right, so town perks. This is why calling it town perks I think is bad, because it's actually the tree, or town perks UI or something like that is what we probably should call it. I don't mind the name town perks. I think it needs some other identifier or discriminator after it. Oh, look who just entered the room. Hi, Katso. It's cat time. Town perks dot. I don't even have that. UI toggle. Here it is. Hey, Reimer. She just licked my hand. Okay, bye, cat. Well, that was fast. All right, let me see if I've got another photo I can share with you all. I have some, but I don't think it's a good idea to share these. I have... No, fine. I'll just share the old photo I shared. Here we go. Here's my adorable cat. Just love that cat. All right, so toggle visibility. We got that. And now let's try it out. What is syntax null? The null forgiving operator. It means that this thing can't be null, but the compiler can't tell that it can't be null because you don't set it during the constructor. So you're basically promising that I will set this. Don't worry, it'll be set. And then you need to do that at some point. Okay, so maybe this is working now and we just don't have any UI. Yeah. Cool. So town perks not found. Let's go add that in. That goes into this thing. Not this thing. It's called town. Not that one. Still just called town. All right, so under control, we had the Skeletree. I guess we'd be doing the same thing here too, but I think that's actually a bad idea. I think this thing should know how to position itself on the screen. So let's just go add in the town perks and hide it by default, and then just leave that as is for now. Cat time. That I can read. Yeah, it looked like it broke already. Wow, yeah, it did. Oh, because I'm still not getting this. I'm just not paying attention to anything. And it doesn't really even matter. That's why we have errors, right? So I probably didn't make this thing be accessed as a unique name. No, I did not. Access. And now it should be able to find it. Yeah, so that didn't just cause an error, did it? It did. But now that's presumably because of some other reason. Town perks dot toggle visibility. This can't be null. Toggle visibility line 51. If the town hall is null, I never saved this off. I never initialized it. Ah, well, let's go initialize it. So we have a skill tree initializer. Yes. And we presumably have a Skeletree initializer. Yeah, but this is just inside start game. I'm gonna put this in ready. Town perks. Yeah, town perks dot init this. I guess we could do this inside start game, but yeah, there must be a reason why I did it this way. Probably has to do with loading. Hey, TJ. Well, typically when Abby comes into the room, she starts either trying to sit on the keyboard or sit on my lap in such a way that it makes it harder to code. So I'm actually kind of glad she left right now. Yeah. All right, so now we can spawn this thing and presumably, yep, no errors. Let's try it before we've done that. So I'll just reload the game. Hopefully, again, no errors, good. And C doesn't do anything, right? No, C breaks everything. Because this time it is null again, but when we first start the game, it shouldn't be. So we still need to load this thing correctly. Yeah, cool. I am pretty happy with this so far. So next up, we need to do all the stuff with skill buttons not showing the minus here. Your money label hopefully works correctly, so we click grant money. That did not get updated. That broke completely. Tooltip on parent on hover. That means we're not setting a tooltip here. That's pretty obvious, I say, as I violate all of the coding assumptions that I had. Tooltip dot... Wait a second, what? We have our own tooltip for this? What do we do in the town menu? Money label dot init with the town? Yeah, I didn't initialize this one. All right, so we don't even have the money label. Oh man. Well, we're about to get it. Yep, and then go fetch it and hope that we named it correctly. Yep, cool. Well, thank you, chat, for having a level-headed conversation about all of this. Like I said, I think I've done maybe 3 Kickstarters, and I can't think of the results of any of them. One hasn't completed, but I'm pretty sure will eventually complete. What else did I get? Let me search my email really fast. I'm actually curious about this. Kickstarter. Oh, I should search for the word backing, right? No, that doesn't help. Superplexus from an online friend who used to be in the stream. Apparently, I kickstarted ukulele. That was delivered, and I strongly disliked it. So Yeah, I think it's 3 projects, and I think they were all games. Yeah, I think that's it. Going back to one of which is Star Citizen, so you can say none of it works out. That's how I felt about Ukulele. And I think they're working on a new game, Yuko Replay. All right, so we don't have any on hover thing here because we don't actually have a skill set up. Yeah, and then the U clicked the bulletin board should just call into the parent. This should call on, oh wait, no, this should call, what is it? Town perks dot toggle visibility. Neat. So clicking the bulletin board will now do this. I guess it's not really a toggle because you can't click through the UI to hide it, or you won't be able to eventually. Oh, there's no guarantee that that's ever going to be the case. We'll have to take up the full screen. Nice. Yeah, cool. All right, let's write this down so I don't forget. Make the UI take up a dedicated portion of the screen like the skill tree does, excuse me. Yeah. So store the perks in here. I mean, that's already fine. Call the class town perks. That's done. Use a tree just like the skill tree. So we've done that. We haven't modified the skill button yet. Let's go do that. So we want a Boolean here of whether or not there should even be the ability to remove points. Because, well, I guess these technically aren't skill buttons anymore then, right? They're just buttons with a minus and a plus on them. I think it's fine calling it a skill button. But yeah, I think we need, what is hide buttons? Oh, whether or not you have enough for them. All right, so public bool, what do we want to do here? It's like show or allow removing points. And I think this should be true by default. Can we make this a property? Did that do anything? What just happened? Oh, there it is. I put it way down here. Make this an auto-implemented property and remove its backing field. We did it. Okay, so this is true by default. If you set this to false, so the remove one should be not value and allow removing points. When you set this to false, we need to hide this thing, which means we do need a backing value here. Yeah. Or we could initialize. Now, let's just make this private bool allow removing points. So get should return that. And set should set that. That's equal to value. And then we need to do something after that. Only auto-implemented properties can have initializers. Yeah, I gotcha. Set this to true. Okay, so when you set this thing, we want to say hide buttons and value. It's visible if you're allowed to remove points and you're not hiding this. Yeah. Cool. All right, next up, the skill buttons inside the town perks tree need to have this modification. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go through this. I don't even know what this is called because this is not a real skill right now. It's called Testeroni skill. That's about accurate. Let's call this the Testeroni skill. Delete all these things. And then go through and set the button abilities. And sure, shiny loot, it doesn't really matter. So we get the skill button, we initialize it, we call skill button dot allow removing points equals false. There is only a try to add point. I guess we could also figure out that this is false by knowing that nothing subscribed to this delegate, but I don't think it's a good idea. Everything else looks pretty good. So let's see. We should now be able to hover over the ability and add points to it. And we can subtract points through the other skill tree, which is kind of weird, but it'll at least let us test this. Although this should cost money. Oh, in fact, I don't even know how this is going to add points. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. But if I... Okay, nice. The tooltip's working. That's good. There is no minus button. That's also good. So if I left click this, what happens? It put a point in. And that should have been this. Something's funky. Shiny loot. No, it should have been this one. Okay, it is technically working. What is this? What is this costing me? On try to add skill points, get level, and just add 1 point. Okay, so it doesn't actually cost anything. Update label. Yeah, nice. All right, so we're going to need a cost somewhere. This sucks. Yeah, this sucks. I guess the cost should just go into this tree for right now. We don't have a way of, like, typically I'd want to manifest these in the abilities themselves. Yeah, get all your skills with this one weird hack. If we go to shiny loot, we could make, oh, player ability. Oh, this still has ability data. Yeah, I was going to say we could add in a monetary cost here, but I think that's not very smart. But it is nice to have everything be consolidated in the same place. We'd probably want to inherit from this and call this like player ability data. Yeah. That won't work though. Well, I guess it could work. Player ability would extract the data it needs and then pass off to passive ability all the extra ones. Yeah, that could happen. That could definitely happen. What is this here for? Nothing? Okay. All right, so let's think about this a little bit longer. We basically want some like customer abilities, which I guess is sort of a player ability. Maybe you can inherit from this and can just take in a cost as well. But then how do we get that cost? In town perks, we need the button. Button is a skill button. It has an ability. We could cast it. And that's probably what Skeletree does. Now that I think about it. Player ability? It does. Yeah, it does. Okay, so yeah, still 2 ways we could do this. If you want to unify them, you need to implement some cost source in Noom plus a value. Well, I was thinking the unification could be like this. We have ability data. So I'd copy this. I'd have a like a customer ability data, and it would pretty much just be, it would augment this thing. So can't type what I want to type. We'd have an ability data like base data, or we just inherit from this. Actually, that probably makes more sense. Yeah, we do something like ability data and then just add in the cost, and that's it. There'd just be some like public long cost equals 50. And I think this would work totally fine. We'd have a way of still fetching this. Yeah. Anything else I'd want to change about this? I don't think so. Okay, let's try this out. Let's save this as customer ability data, which is kind of a weird thing to say because they're not abilities for customers. Should customers ever have abilities? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I'm just going to put a comment here saying this is a player-wide ability that happens to affect customers. No, this is stupid. It should just be called like town perk ability data. Yeah, that's better. All right, let's save that then. Town perk ability data or town ability data. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, so now delete that. Reveal the other class that I had and delete that. Town perk ability data. This is gonna inherit from ability data. It's gonna take in all the same general stuff. ID, display name, all of that stuff. But also it's gonna add in a cost. Cost equals, no, this just shouldn't even have a default. All right, cool. So we just delete everything and put the cost here. Easy peasy. Now where do we use this? We have player ability. We need to make a town perk ability. See, you want to merge both trees of the same implementation. I think I just unplugged my camera. Hang on a second. How did I just do that? My foot caught on a wire. I don't think I've ever done that. There, I think that's the same zoom level we had. Weird. Yeah, I think I want to merge the two skill trees based on just at the button level, which maybe this won't actually work that way. And maybe I shouldn't even think about this yet. Maybe I should just manifest these differently. Yeah, it is a spooky month. It's ghosts unplugging my stuff. Yeah, I think let's just not deal with this just yet. Let's just store a set of costs. Private read-only dictionary, ability ID, and long. Ability costs. Although this also needs to be based on the level. So it's actually a dictionary of ability ID and the level going to an amount of money. Which, even if I had manifested this way, this wouldn't have allowed this to work. Because maybe you want a cost per level. Yeah. Well, we're going to stick to this for right now. Just make sure all these things only have one level. Hey, Stone Tree, would you consider defold engine for a similar project, or do you think Godot is a better way? Haven't heard of defold. Let's see. Their marketing things up here make it sound very similar to Godot in terms of just high level offering. Yeah. I'd probably need to try it or something, but I'm not sure. Like, is this more mature than Godot? Does it provide some features it doesn't? Okay, hang on. There's some piece of Velcro on this cord. That's why this is. Hang on one second. All right, that is probably going to continue to happen until I just like cut that thing off. All right, so ability costs. I want to store these somewhere. We have this in the Skeletree. Let's just look at how I did that. Yeah, just like this. All right, so what do we have? Shiny loot. Shiny loot ability. And we're just going to set that to be a number 50. Sounds good. So when you try to add a skill point, we need to make sure you have enough money now. So levels greater than or equal to the max level. If costs. Yeah, this is fine. No cost found. This is something that should be done when we set up the ability itself. It's something that should probably just be in the button, to be honest. But let's put this here. Yeah, if not ID. Actually, not even try get value, just like has value, right? Get. What is, how do you access something from a dictionary? Why do I not know this? There is no has or, okay, what am I doing? Oh, I guess you just access it. I'm gonna look this up. Dictionary has key. Contains key. Why did I not see that? I just skipped over it, I guess. All right, so if it doesn't contain this, then we have an error. No cost found for ability ID. In town perks, I guess. Yeah. And we don't even need the return. Just hopefully we'll see that. This should be in some validation thing anyway. So here we're going to get the cost, and we know that it's going to exist. Well, if it doesn't, I guess we're going to have a problem and it'll throw anyway. And then we need to make sure that you have enough money for that. So this isn't even try get value. This is just get the cost. Long cost equals that. All right, so now we need to check if you have enough money for that. And then we need to modify the money. All right. So it costs 50. So when we click the button, it should subtract 50. Except for we can't do that because we have 0. Well, let's click it. Yeah, it's not doing anything. And now we're going to add money. And now when we click it, it should go to 100. Perfect. If I click it again and again, nice, it's working. Hey, Grace, it's going well. We're adding in the town hall, and clicking this little bulletin board opens up a new skill tree that'll affect customers, but I don't have any customer skills, so we're just using a predefined one. What was the other thing I wanted to do? Okay, so we do want the concept of prerequisites eventually, especially now that you can only have one cost per skill. So we would need to make it so that each skill is granting a different thing. So for example, you might have something like +1 max customer showing up 3 times in the skill tree so that each one can have a different cost. This one might be 50, this one might be 500, and this one might be 5,000. The alternative way to do it is lump all these together and then have the cost increase. But with this way, you might want to intersperse some other requirements. So maybe this one is the prerequisite for this one, but then in between these, there's some other skill that's like +20% speed, and that costs whatever, 750 gold, and then that one goes to this skill. So that's another reason why you might not want to put them all in one button anyway, although I don't know if we're going to do this. And I don't know how many of these skills we're even going to have. So I'm not going to think too hard about this right now. I just want the functionality to be there. This I don't even think we need. Add in a hotkey we did. And we don't have the concept of prerequisites. Should probably do that, right? I should probably figure out what we actually want for this. Max number of customers in town. Yeah, let's do the prereq stuff now. Yeah, let's do it. So get all dependent skills shouldn't even exist, right? What was this used for? Unlearned dependent abilities. Yeah, no, we don't need this. But we do need this. Okay, and in order for there to be a prerequisite, it means you need at least 2 skills. So let's duplicate this, call it Testeroni 2, and just put it slightly farther to the right. Because I'm not going to spend any time on this right now. Now let's go manifest a prerequisite. So ability ID shiny loot. This is saying the prerequisite of shiny loot is the other thing. I think I want it the other way around then. Player worker speed. Are we looking good? Didn't I do something with that? Oh, no, that's it. But then we need to check to see if you have the prerequisites. Get all prerequisites is called... Wait, what? Try learn all I see. I see. This is on try to add skill point. Then we call modify ability level. Yep, I get what's going on. So we got to do this here before we do anything else. We need a has all prerequisites, and we don't have that sort of function. This just had try learn all. All right, well, let's copy paste this then. We'll just call this has all prerequisites. So we get the prereqs, we go through each one and make sure if the level is less than or equal to 0, then just return false. Otherwise, that's it. We don't need this. We don't need this. There we go. And then up here, we can say, if you don't have the prereqs, then return. All right. I think that's that. Let's try it out. So now you shouldn't be able to get the second skill until you've gotten the first skill. All right, so if I click this, it doesn't even let me. Oh, it's not even working. It's not that it doesn't let me. I did not add in a couple of things. One is a cost. So player worker speed. And it should have printed out an error. It didn't. But it didn't print out an error because I didn't even manifest the ability, I think. Because that was done down here. So that's the worker speed ability, and that's going to be Testroni 2. Let's see it. Nice. So you can't click this, but once you... Oh, no, I can't click any of these. Money. All right, but now you still can't click this. You click this one, and now you can. Perfect. It's working. All right, so prereqs work. What else do we have here? Skill button, so you can't remove this. Make a brand new class based on that. Refactor it. I still got to do that. Populate it with some basic skills. We haven't done that. Use a tree just like the Skell tree. I guess we started with that at least. Okay, so I think we're ready to check this in pretty soon. And then we have to do what exactly? The refactoring. Yeah. Refactor town perks and Skell tree since they use a lot of the same code. Yeah, don't do this. Yeah. Populate it with some basic skills, modify the tree. Yeah, cool. I think we can get done with all of this by the end of today in the town hall section of this, which is pretty nice. Then the customer state machine, maybe we start it, but that would be finished on Wednesday. But yeah, I think the next step is just check in. So let's go look through all the changes, close every other tab we have open. The game needs to tell you about this. I just forgot. All right, just remembered now. Where do we write this? Content. Make sure the game makes it clear. Yeah, the game should teach you about unlocking another instance. The game should teach you about building the town hall and using its bulletin board. Man, one of the common things that we got as feedback in checkpoint number 1 is like, I don't know how the game even works. And we spent a lot of time trying to address a lot of that. But my whole point in launching new alpha versions is ideally to get new feedback. And if we don't get new feedback, it means that there's kind of no point doing it. Not exactly no point, but it's like if you have 100 bugs and you make a bunch of changes and you still have 100 bugs, people are going to comment on those 100 bugs. And one of the quote unquote bugs is just a lack of player education. And it technically doesn't have to be in the game. It could be outside of it. We could have a website or a video or something, but it's ideal to have it in the game. And yeah, if you just never learn that this thing exists, then you'll never open it and get some of the skills inside. And one way we can make this more apparent is that once you've unlocked it, just put another button up here. We have adventurers. When you unlock the skill tree, we show player skills. We could also show town perks or town buildings or whatever. Did I only put 1 point into that? No, I put 2 in. I was like, why are they moving that fast? Yeah, lots to do. Okay, so we just added the new task. These things are fine. This shouldn't be included at all. Let's just delete this. I think adding it to the menu wouldn't be too bad. Could become a small toolbar when you do actual UI. Yeah, the only issue that I can think of is consistency. So the town hall is really just a collection of purchases, but other parts of your town have purchases strewn about. Signs or well, I guess pretty much just signs. So yeah, the town hall having one sign to rule them all is a little bit weird. Like you click this and it opens up a whole tree. And I guess you can't tell when you can afford it. Maybe you throw the sign in a fire and Elvish text shows up. It says you can afford the next upgrade. I think that's a good system. Let's do that. All right, we did not mess up these buttons, did we? No, we did not. Cool. One sign to skill them all. Yep. Yep. I am so impressed by the Lord of the Rings trilogy movie series. I am not impressed by the Lord of the Rings books. Those were such a slog. I think I had to stop on the second one. Oh yeah, we got to write a note to remove the to-do items inside. Skip tutorial. Only trying to figure out and hum Tom's tunes. Actually, that's one place that the audiobook did very well. I remember trying to read Lord of the Rings a while ago, and I was like, this is so boring. And then I listened to the audiobook, and I'm like, now I get it. I think Tolkien made the books for his kids, right? And presumably he read them to his kids, and then he would have just made whatever tune there was. It was much more enjoyable as an audiobook, and even then it was very dense. Okay, this is good. This is good. Yeah, we're making progress here. Yeah, part of the refactoring is the skell tree should probably access, it should probably just save the town. The skell tree should probably just save a reference to the town. I think he originally made it for Spotify at faster speed. That's true. A debug button to level up all skills to the max. I'm not sure because like you have to think about why do we even level up skills? In the game, you level up skills so that you can get more power. but we have debug functions to already do whatever you do with more power, like automatically win the battle. So then you have to think, well, is it for balance testing? And for that, I think we should make a balance simulator. So I'm not sure why we would ever click that button. I'm not saying for sure we don't need it. There might be a need I'm not thinking of. I just don't know what that need is. All right, this stuff's all looking good. A lot of these changes are just changing a private variable to a public one. So a lowercase p turned into a capital P, and we got rid of the underscore. Yeah, not anything too crazy going on there. This is a really, really good change. This should have been checked in on its own, though. What is this? Town menu? Yeah. Yeah, I think we should check this in on its own. I might break things in doing that, but it's probably worthwhile. This, and this. All right, let's just look at these changes. They might not be sufficient. In fact, if I stash the rest of my changes, I'd be able to find out, but I'm not very concerned. It's not important. You can take any commit from history and have it just work. Plus, this will all get squashed anyway. Okay. Move money label to its own scene. It's about to get used by the town perks UI, which is why this is important. And implement the multi-level up for skills. Yeah, I think that can be more worthwhile. Although another thing to consider is now the max level on any skill I think might be 2 or 3. So it might be slightly easier to do that. But yeah, testing builds, I gotta probably work on the balance simulator next week. Okay, we went through everything all the way up to town. So now here is the town perks UI. I'll look at that in its own file, and that was it. Yeah. Like the changes to skill button aren't anything controversial. So where am I typing right now? Oh, my keyboard is just further up on my desk than I think it is. Drat. What did I do? I hope I didn't break anything. Let's try rerunning this. It should work because I don't think I typed anything. Yeah. Gotta make that UI look better. All right, so town perks is the last thing we had to do. Town perks. Just looking through this to make sure everything's fine. Yeah, there's like extra ability data that we're saving here, and this is a bad idea. We should save everything in its own object. I'm gonna write that down. We should collapse this and this into something like town perks extra ability data. Something like that. Looks good. What's this doing here? We invoke this, but nothing listens to this. Why is this here? This is presumably so that the town can tell that you've got a new ability. What does this do? On ability level change. This lets the ability itself do something. Yeah, this is super important. What was I thinking? Why is this not just in setup skill tree though? It should be. Hopefully that doesn't break everything. And then we'll do the same thing here. Town perks. Done. All right, anything else? No, looks pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I don't have the money. It should probably disable these when you don't have the money. If you don't have enough money for a town perk, the town pork, it should probably disable the buttons to make it clearer. It's not there because that's Skeletree, not skill tree. I don't even remember what I just asked to be able to make sense of this Kappa filled message. Yeah, I don't recall. I'm sorry. All right, now I think we're good. So add the town perks UI. This is incomplete, but the UI is functional. There are no new skills. We need to add those new skills. But I'm trying to stick to a rigid break schedule today, and I already kind of violated it with second break. We are now at an uptime of about 3 hours and 7 minutes. And that would typically mean that it's lunchtime and that I would take a, well, I'd like stop the stream. But not today. Today, what we're going to do is have it be lunchtime and continue the stream. So I'm going to put up a BRB screen that just says I'll be back in like 20 minutes or something. Actually, I'll probably say 25 and I'll actually be back in 20. And then, yeah, when we get back, we're just going to tackle this stuff. And that's the plan for all of today, is just finish the town hall if we can. I want this to be in the game. I want players to be able to use it. Why do we have so many other tasks afterward? Yeah, maybe we could do this after if there's extra time. Nah, we'll figure something out. So thanks for watching so far. If you are new here and have not already heard my spiel about this, if you click the Steam link and go to wish list, all of your dreams come true in real life. That's why it's called a wish list. So try that out. And I'm going to go get my lunch. I'll probably be back in about 20 minutes. Like I said, I'll go modify this. Where's my BRB screen? There it is. What does it say already? Yeah, nice. That's pretty good. Is it ever going to drop from 25? Yes, it is. Cool. All right, I will see you all in about 20 minutes. When I come back, I'm going to play some very light music. So if you start getting spooked, well, it's Halloween soon, so you deserve it. All right, see you soon. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Remember the tab you left open? All right, let's close this. Excuse me. All right, well, welcome back. It is 12:20, which is much earlier than I would normally be streaming again if I were taking a regular break. How many viewers have stuck around? 83 people. Well, hello, everybody. Coughing incidence is going up a lot. All right. We left off with some of the town hall stuff. We got to do a lot of refactoring now. But yeah, hey everybody. Hey, Mr. Evil Rex. Skeletree should probably just save a reference to the town. Yeah, so Skeletree and town perks have a lot of similarities, and I want to refactor them now and get them to be similar via a shared parent class. I'm not totally sure how I want to do this just yet. They both inherit from panel container. That's weird. Let's run a .NET format at the end of all of this stuff. Run .NET format. Oh, you know what I should do? I should mark when I came back. I started after lunch at 3 hours, 30 minutes. So take breaks at half-hour uptime. What, skill tree? I thought we were all in favor of renaming Skeletree. I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing, but there's a skill tree for adventurers. There's the skell tree for you, and you're a skeleton. And then there's the town perks tree for customers. So there is still a skill tree in the game, but that was never going to change. The skell tree is what I was just thinking of renaming to be spelled like this, or maybe Skeletree, but I just left it in with this spelling. I'm not really I'm never too particular at this point about the names of things just yet, because I think it's okay if the names end up changing. I don't think it's going to confuse anybody. Maybe once the game is launched and people see UI options change, it might be confusing, but yeah, we would have gotten it done before that. All right, so what I'm thinking of doing is this. We make a parent class, and I'm going to call this maybe like player ability tree. And just write, this serves as the base for both the well, I should probably say C, Skeletree, and perfect. There we go. Both affect the player-wide abilities. All right, so now we call this player ability tree. We go get the town perks, and we start putting code where it belongs. The bone tree. I don't know about that. I haven't used any reference to bones in the game other than, I mean, the main character being a skeleton, but that's just a visual thing. Like, there's no currency called bones, and there's no skill points being called bones or anything. I like the idea of skill points playing on how close it is to the word skill. So the prerequisites, we could manifest in each case and store them in the base class. And I mean, we'd pretty much have to do this. Although we could form it out of the data that we get. And maybe when we initialize the base class, that's what we end up doing. Although I don't know if that's easy to do. How does this work? Try get value for get all prerequisites, get all dependent skills. Yeah. I do want to initialize the base class with these. All right. How do we want to do that? I guess we could just let the child classes decide. Fields should be private. Maybe we just call it ability prerequisites and get a get set in here. Then bump this down to here somewhere. Probably going to say it's in the wrong location. Change to be read only by removing the property setter. Well, let's figure out how that's going to work. So here, for example, we could do this from init. Yeah, I guess we wouldn't really have any problems doing this. All right, I'm very curious what all this code is going to look like when we're finally done with this. I probably didn't even rename this correctly. So now I'm going to have to go do this manually. It won't be very hard to do. All right, so where do we use ability prerequisites? Ability prerequisites, yeah, here. So let's just rename this like so. And then same thing over here. Ability prerequisites. And then same thing over here. Like I said, should have done that correctly the first time. All right, so we got rid of prerequisites from the derived classes, and they just are in charge of setting them now. Next up, ability ID to button. Why do we use this? Because you need to update the label of the button. Yeah. So let's write a comment. We need to associate abilities to buttons so that we can update the labels on buttons when the abilities are leveled. When the abilities levels changes, I guess we'll say. Yeah. Skull tree. It would be kind of funny to have a skill tree, skull tree, and skull tree. Imagine if this were a multiplayer game and two people were talking to each other and they're like, yeah, so go to the skill tree. And they're like, the skull tree? No, the skell tree. It'd be terrible. It'd be absolutely terrible. Those are probably things you need to think about in multiplayer games, or at least cooperative ones. Like, players are going to need to communicate quickly to one another, and you don't want them to mishear each other. This is why call outs in games typically have like a clear, like, go to A or go to B or go to whatever, northeast. Yeah. Skill, skull, scalp, scald. We'll put 5 kinds of trees. I would love to do that. I'm saying it's a terrible idea, but really it's the best idea. Okay, so does the derived class ever need this? Let's find out. It would not need it here. It would not need it here. So I think we can just delete these things, and it could actually be made private. Where do these get set, though? In set button ability. Ah, but look at that. We have a thing that we do not want in both classes. But I think that's fine. I think we keep this private, and I think we got this from here and got this from here. And then start changing anything that it dealt with. So set button ability. Button node path. I definitely like the name of this one better, which is what we use. Good. Well, I'm 4 hours late. Hey, Smack. Must be daylight saving time. I normally would have ended the first stream and then taken a lunch break, but I just put up a BRB screen for like 22 minutes, which is how I used to run my stream every day. I'd stream for 8 hours. I'd take a short lunch break. I don't know how I did that. I still don't get it. Like, I felt a little bit rushed on my lunch break today. And I get very cold during my lunch breaks. I like to just go sit in front of a heater. I didn't have time to do that today, so I'm just wearing a hoodie being cold now. All right, yeah, we got to keep working through this. So set button ability, we're not going to keep this here, but we do need to keep track of this. Try to remove point. So all of this stuff can be exactly the same. In fact, you know what we should do? We should compare this against this. How do we do that? Compare with clipboard. No, that's not what I want. Oh, there's nowhere to compare. Okay, well, that's too bad. All right, well, let's just put them in 2 different spots then. So this is the base, and this is derived. And now what, we select them both? And then I think you can just compare the selections. Wait, you can't do that? Oh. Well, I'll just put them in 2 different files then, I guess. Compare with that. Okay, so there's a cost inside of this. I think we're going to need some derived behavior for this. Yeah. How do you get cold in California? I'm not in California. That's how I get cold. Easy answer. Can you even think when you're freezing? I think so, yeah. No, I'm not in California. I'm in Washington. And the temperature outside right now is like roughly 50 degrees Fahrenheit, which for those people who think in Celsius is about 11, which I think is cold enough that it's reasonable to be cold right now. DC or the state? The state. Yeah, actually, not even just upstate. I don't know if you consider San Francisco to be upstate, but a lot of times when I visit San Francisco, it's not exactly warm, even though it's supposed to be summertime. Perpetually winter there. All right, so set button ability. I want there to be that you override this and you get the skill button out of this, maybe. And we call the base class and modify the button further by doing this. Yeah, I think that's what we want. So we make this protected. We make it return a smil button. I just cracked myself up. That was a typo. And I wasn't thinking it before I said it, but it still makes me giggle. All right, so now here we needed to, oh wait, whoa. Let's not forget. The Skeletree needs to change all these things to be access as unique. And then we need to change how we manifest these to have percent signs. So let's just do that. It was rainy. You know, we went to Vancouver once, Canada, and it was like the rainiest I've seen any city in my life, probably. We went, I want to say like October or maybe November, and it was just dark and gloomy. And I was like, oh, it's supposed to be the same weather as Washington, right? It was like they just cranked up the rain a little bit. So yeah, I felt like I didn't get to experience any part of the city's natural beauty. Okay, this part's good. This part needs to change to call the base dot set button ability with all the same things. We make this virtual, I guess. Yeah. Actually, shouldn't this be abstract? Abstract partial class. So like London then? It's been raining most of the day. Well, I don't know what London's like because I've never been, but at least here in the Seattle-ish region, I would say it rains a lot, but the intensity of the rain isn't ever very much. So usually it's sprinkling a bit. And you walk outside and you're like, yeah, it's raining. I can tell it's raining, but it's not like you're getting pelted. It's not torrential. So I don't know if London is like that. But anyway, when we were in Vancouver, it was like, I'd say a moderate to heavy rain a lot of that time. Hey, C++, yeah, you can get some advice. What do you have a question on? Set button ability. Yeah, so this, I want to check here. Does this contain the cost? And then everything else can just be the same. In fact, we don't even need this. Or wait, let's copy it anyway. Now override. What's the problem here? Not all code paths return a value. Oh yeah, we do need this. Of course. Okay. Also changes quickly. Yeah. Yeah, we do get heavy rain from time to time. It just seems pretty rare. Yeah, C# one mad with keywords. It's the only way. All right, so try to remove point we need to set, and then we need to return this thing. What's the problem with this? Oh, it's the wrong name because I didn't update it for this class. Okay, now protected comes before private, so that goes right here. Same thing with this, except for it's already in the right spot. Why is this now yellow? Oh yeah, because I haven't finished. So what does toggle visibility do? Here we check to see if it's a null. So we need a like, is this thing unlocked? And that can be an abstract, well, a virtual function that returns a Boolean that I guess is protected. Do we ever use this? No. I have a technical interview for a junior software engineer role tomorrow. I did 0 interview prep the last 2 months because I was aimlessly applying. Feel like I'm just wasting time with this interview. All I know is that I can pick Python or Java and it's hour-long live coding. Struggle on leak code easiest since I didn't do any prep. Okay, so I don't know what company this is for. If you know it's for a company that's gonna only ask you leak coding questions, then yes, I think the interview is probably not a good idea. If it's for a company that you think might just ask you about your experience or your schooling or something, then it could be more worthwhile. But I think it's pretty common practice in a lot of places to ask at least some like coding proficiency question and not just experiential questions. Yeah, so I'd probably recommend reaching out to them and saying like, hey, I'd like to have a little bit more prep time. The thing is, this is tomorrow, and presumably you didn't just find out about this today, right? So they might see it as a bad sign no matter what. I'm not sure. It also depends on, yeah, you had a week. Yeah. Yeah. I was going to say, I think for future reference, I know it's too late now, but whenever you start interviewing, you should also start doing interview prep because you never know when some company's going to get back to you and give you 3 days. And yeah, it might not be enough time. So basically, I think you have 2 paths. Path number 1 is keep the interview, stop watching the stream, and study. And path number 2 is try to delay the interview, then follow path number 1. So how much do you care about the job? How likely do you think it is they're going to ask those questions? And those are the deciding factors. And you don't necessarily need to share this stuff in the chat if you don't want to, but like, how much do you want the job? How likely is it to be leak code questions? I don't care too much because online Glassdoor review says work-life culture is toxic there. So I'd say it could be considered like interview practice for you, but I'd still say then this path shouldn't change. It should be like stop watching the stream and just go study. You're going to need to study at some point. So, I mean, you might as well do it now. And you never know. Maybe you end up getting the job and you just say, whatever, I don't have better options. I'm going to work there anyway and bail out after a year or something. I don't know. But yeah, so I guess I'd probably suggest path number 1. It's a wake-up call and I feel stupid for wasting 2 months past graduation just sort of applying. Don't feel bad for that. That has more to do with the job market than it does your reflection of skills or anything. Like what we're seeing as a general trend, and I don't want to talk about this for too long, but AI is on the rise and AI is most likely to replace like junior people first. And again, not going to go into super depth about this. So just, if you want to just take this at face value, that's fine. I know it's more nuanced than this, but as a result, I think it's harder to find jobs. We're still running in the post-COVID like layoff climate and everything too. So yeah, I vote path number 1. I hate Amazon. I see a lot of coders using those dual or split keyboards. Do you feel it's more efficient and more fun to code with? Hard to say. Efficiency. I think ideally you're probably doing fewer hand movements because there are fewer keys. So you're probably not typing like a curly brace and then being like, oh, now I need to shift my hand, and you make typos right after shifting it. But in general, I don't really think that's a concern. As far as more fun, this is definitely subjective, but like I built this keyboard and I love it. So I find it fun to type on this. The other thing I was actually just thinking about yesterday, I use Colmac, and Colmac keeps its home row is this. So if you've never seen the Colmac home row, it's ARSTNEIO and not ASDFJKL semicolon. This is QWERTY's home row. Or at least I think it is. I don't remember anymore. I don't know. GHJ, that's what it is, right? Whatever. It's something else. You can just look down at your keyboard and probably see it. Anyway, with this, you're supposed to use more roles. So like, let's say you're typing the word story, you could actually just like quickly type ST by just sort of rolling your fingers. Or if you're typing friend, you have IEN right next to each other. So you can like quickly type out the word. So things like that should make it even slightly more efficient, just less movement, etc. Yeah, that's what I feel bad about. I know the answer, but I want to see your insight on this. If I should try rescheduling, realistically, I don't think a week more would do much. You'd be surprised, actually. So as a junior dev, I think that you should probably be aiming for like maybe easy and medium leak code problems. Unless you're interviewing for a paying company, then you should be able to do some hard ones too. But in a week, you can get pretty good progress on easy problems. I don't think you're going to make pretty good progress on hard problems in a week, but you could tackle like one category in a week or maybe two categories. But yeah, don't underestimate how much prep will actually help you if you're doing it right. Can I sponsor the stream for a week? Challenge would be to build a game in assembly. How much would it be? I feel like you're going to be like, and throw in the cat camera too. Anyway, I wouldn't do something like that. I've had sponsors reach out about other sort of segments, and even things that take maybe 2 hours, I'm usually shutting down because I'm like, the whole point is to just make Skeleseller right now. And unless someone offered like $1 million for 2 hours, I mean, that I would take for pretty much anything, whatever they're asking me to do for 2 hours. But yeah, the reasonable amounts of money that people are talking about, if you're talking about like $5,000 for, I don't know, 10 hours of content or something, it's like, I'm just not in the position where I want to do this right now. So it's just not really worth it to me. Also, I have made a game in assembly on stream before. You want to just look at that. Say they're looking more for culture fit. Yeah. Look, I think underlying all of this, though, is the thing that you mentioned earlier, which is, let's say you walked into the door and they just said, oh my God, you're the perfect candidate. It doesn't even necessarily sound like this is a job you might want based on seeing this. I don't care too much because the online Glassdoor reviews say the work-life culture is toxic there. Also, other big pro tip here is like ask questions about the culture and see if you can figure it out for yourself. Because the kinds of people who post on Glassdoor are typically disgruntled or incredibly happy. And you don't find a lot of people who are in the middle who are like, yeah, that was an okay job. There were some pluses, there were some minuses. It's usually people who are like, this sucked, the manager sucked, I hated my compensation, blah, blah, blah. Or the other people who are like, this was great to work there. Every day was a joy. I got out of bed and just teleported to work. You gotta watch out for shapeshifters though. All right, so we gotta return the skill button here. And then all of this stuff I think should be fine. Yeah, that's what we're hoping at least. Hides inherited member. Oh yeah, we need override. Reviews were that the CEO often called the employees stupid, dropped F-bombs, slammed desks. I wish I was joking. Okay, yeah. It definitely does sound toxic. Also, there's something to be said for ignoring all the red flags when you go to a company. With that said, I don't think there's any red flag with you interviewing, but clearly there'd be red flags for you starting there, and you know what they are. So yeah, be very wary, proceed with caution. Does that music? Would be cool to have the game music running while you're coding the game. It does, but I only composed one track so far. So that track is maybe like 2 minutes long, and I think if you were to listen to it constantly, you'd be bored after like 2 loops of it. So yeah, maybe once I have more of a soundtrack, but even then I think it'd get tiresome. Let's say you had even 1 hour, like I stream for 6 hours per day. So you'd listen to 6 soundtrack playthroughs per day, and I don't have an hour. Beggars can't be choosers right now. I think it depends. I think if someone offers you a job where you're like berated every single day, maybe it's worth holding out a little bit longer. But if someone offers you a job that isn't your exact fit or has lower compensation that you want, I think then you probably can't be as choosy. But yeah, I think your mental health is very important. And yeah, I would not react well to seeing a boss like slam their hand on a desk. That would make me want to quit immediately. Well, if it's a regular occurrence, right? If it happens once and they're just telling a dramatic story, very different. 20 plus upvotes, yeah. Okay, so the only way we could do this is to know that the tree's been unlocked, and the only way to do that is to have that be a virtual function in here. Let's go try that out. Hey, Atomic Fan, and thank you. And hey, Real Range Dev. Protected virtual bool, I guess like has unlocked. Has unlocked, maybe just is unlocked. Maybe just has unlocked tree, yeah. There we go. I don't think it even needs a definition. How am I doing? I'm doing well. How are you doing, Real Range? Okay, so this is going to change to be over here. This will be public. And it'll just say if has unlocked tree, or if not has unlocked tree, return. And then we'll override this. So we delete this one and delete this one. And go and override. Where'd it go? Here it is. Have I tried Rider for Godot? No, I haven't. I'd kind of like to, but it's sort of an upheaval in my work process that I don't want to go through right now. And then also I'd have to reach out to the company and be like, could I get this for free, please? Because, yeah, I don't feel like paying for it. All right, so town hall is not null. They have a free version. This isn't personal use, though, so I wouldn't be able to use that. This is considered commercial use. Also, I'm pretty sure I would like the IDE. I've used JetBrains IDEs before, and I'm pretty sure it's going to feel like the other ones that I've used. Might as well just use this interview as experience. Yeah. Yeah, it's natural to be nervous. By the way, the only way to really get through that nervousness is some combination of some preparation and actual practice in those situations. So for example, if you were to do this every day for the next week, you probably wouldn't be nervous when you came across the 5th or 10th interview, or at least not as nervous. But yeah, your first interview, your second interview, that's, I think, the whole reason why people generally do job searches in chunks. Because if you just interviewed once a year, for example, then maybe you're just nervous and you feel like there's too much on the line. Is this a solo project? It is not a solo project, but welcome in, Luke. And thank you. I'm glad to hear that you're excited. Didn't know you already made a game using assembly. My revised offer is in binary with CAD/CAM. Sorry, Mr. Evil Rex. Also, the game I made with assembly, I think the videos are, oh wait, no, I could probably search for this, right? No. Does the command sheep show it? No, it doesn't. Let's see if I can find this video for you really fast. NES. Oh no, it wasn't streamed like that. I don't know where the videos are. Maybe playlist. Aha, here it is. Yeah, making an NES ROM, found it. Okay, if you're curious, this is the video series I did for learning assembly. And if you don't watch anything else, this first one was actually quite amazing because, whoopsie, because, oh my God, it keeps moving the mute button by putting the play things there. Because Zorkenheimer joined me and taught me quite a lot about making NES games. And he was on stream for like, I don't know, 4 hours or something. He put in quite a lot of time. You can stop watching the stream, do leak code. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. Problems with syntax, I just didn't prepare enough. Don't worry, you will get over those problems. You'll do great. Be positive. Is it spill resistant? No, I doubt it. It's pretty much just exposed PCB. All right, the problem is, why is this? I see. I just never hit update comment. Oh, all right. Making progress. So this is not virtual. This is override, and same thing with this. Cool. What's next? All right, ability costs are not a thing here. Yeah. Tooltip, money label. This stuff is the same. Close button, that's the same. We need to change. We probably should have them have the same structure too. But I'm not going to worry about that yet either. So let's just get this. Make this access as unique name. All right, tooltip ability ID, town. This would need to be protected. And I guess we'd have to rename it. Get private set So now we don't need it here. And we don't need it. Well, it doesn't even exist there. So this is going to need to call base.init town. And then any of these just change like so. Oh, how fun. Yeah, how fun. This would also need to be virtual, wouldn't it? So then we override it. There we go. Okay, there's still quite a lot more to do here. The money label, I guess, shouldn't be needed. Let's see where it's used. Oh, it's only in this tree entirely. So never mind, we want to delete it from here. Cool. So now the tooltip. So the route that I chose to do this is we had class A and I made class B, which was very similar to A. And then once, hang on, let me make this plain text. Once B was done, I tried consolidating them. This is one way to do this. And the other way is you have class A and then when making B, consolidate them. The reason I like this route is because after doing this, you can make a commit and then you can't ever lose your progress anymore. Whereas with this, you are trying to solve two things at once, making a new class and making sure that any needs are going to be met by this shared class that you extract out. So anyway, that's why this process is taking as long as it is. I feel like it's easier to do, but it takes longer. Well, actually, the other way might also take a long time if you mess it up. So at least this way is easier. Yeah, so tooltip, we don't ever hopefully need in here, do we? What do we use this for? Hide, show, update. Yeah, thank goodness. Okay, so just delete that. And then presumably we don't need this either. Correct. So now delete them from here. This and this. So we don't need ready for this. Good. B already stands for board. Your printed PCB board. How long have I been coding in C# for? I guess technically I started in like 2011 probably. But I didn't use it again until 2015. And then I want to say 2020 or maybe 2024. I'm not sure which. So all in all, I've probably used it for about 2 or 3 years. But it was spread out over like a decade and a half. All right. So I think we're looking good there. This is also looking good. This shouldn't be here at all. This is ability names, and we go through each one and we call setup. Yeah. So we can just get rid of that. There is a ready, and that means we need to call the base ready. And that's already overridden, so I think we're fine there. This whole thing about a container, margin container, I do not like this. I do not want this. So we are going to delete this. Margin container, hbox, num available skill points. Is that there? Num, yes it is. Okay, well, fix that problem. Done. And then what else? Close button. And then control. We don't need the control anymore, do we? Coming soon label. I hope not. I'm deleting it. If it turns out we needed it, then too bad, I guess. So now this changes. This changes. This actually shouldn't be here at all anyway, right? Yeah. It's a hide thing here. Okay, yeah, delete this. Oh man, this is gonna be so nice when this is done. This is gonna be a lot cleaner. And then this has a close button. Cool. Hey, Circuit Crusher. Wait a second. Yeah, okay. Sorry. By the way, for anyone curious, I've always got the today command, which talks about what we're doing. And we've been working on customer stuff for a little while, not too long. I got to fill in the journal today too, before I forget. Journal. All right, we're getting closer and closer to this. Debug button, this is fine, this is fine. That's not needed from there. We get this container for no reason. All right, cool. Init. Oh, this can't be done this way anymore. This needs to take in a town, and it needs to call the base one. Which means we've broken a caller of this. Oh no. Oh no. Player abilities save data dot abilities component. What? Oh god. Yeah. I see. I see. Okay. Well, that's not smart. Oh man. How are we gonna fix this? This is what actually kept track of this thing? But then why is there a copy of this in town? Player abilities. Like, what in the world was I doing? Country load save data player save ability. This doesn't seem right. Huh. Adam breaks the saving once again. I mean, maybe. I'm not sure why this was done here. This doesn't make any sense. We would initialize this and save off the player abilities and not get it from the town. Let's look at the save file. All I knew was that bool thingy is used to add God mode and mod menu for GTA 5. What keyboard am I using? Yeah, this is not the Moonlander. This is a corn keyboard. The Moonlander is this, which is a lot bigger. And actually, I had a Moonlander. This was kind of my problem with it, is that it was a lot bigger. My second problem was my fault, which is that I didn't take the time to start learning how to use it like it's a totally new keyboard. I tried using it like it's just a cool looking keyboard. So I tried setting things like this to control and this to the Windows key and this to Alt, and that's just not how you should use this kind of keyboard. Or at least in my opinion, it's not how you should try to use that kind of keyboard. Okay, so abilities. This is not what I want. I want whatever it's supposed to be called, abilities component. Why did I do this? I guess because we don't save it through the town. But then when we load the game, don't we load it through there? Gal tree, load from save data. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, no, it's there. This is dumb. This is really dumb. Oh, nice. We're going to solve this problem then. Save data, player abilities, abilities component. Save data, player abilities, abilities component. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Well, I guess delete this. What else is in here? Scale points stuff. Oh, we need that stuff. Yeah, fine. We need that stuff. All right, but we don't need this. This should just pass in the town. Yeah. It's also a property in the town. Yeah. Which is why I think doing this didn't make a lot of sense. Town. Delete one of those commas. Put this here. Delete the other stuff. Reload all of VS Code because it's messing up the syntax highlighting. Very simple card game like Uno. I thought regular HTML elements would be fine instead of rendering on an HTML canvas. I have no idea how I'm going to animate all this. I'm praying CSS animations will be good enough. You know what? For your first game, I would just say don't worry about anything that seems too hard. Just make some progress, see how it feels. When you get to a hard problem, you can try solving it. Maybe, yeah, CSS animations will be fine. Maybe find a library. Maybe switch to Canvas. But in general, maybe you just even stop the project at that point. Like, you'll probably have learned just from even what you'll be doing up until that point. That's why I always say it's good to just like come up with what your goals are before starting something. Maybe it's to learn, maybe it's to have fun, maybe it's to make money, maybe it's to whatever, submit a game for a game jam or something like that. And just remember that you can accomplish that goal without doing whatever a traditional game does. You don't need to release it. You don't need to maybe make $1 million off the game. And your skills will just keep improving anyway as you go. All right, unlock Skell tree. Call unlock on this. We don't need this anymore. Player abilities is going to be gone. I'm going to delete that. But anywhere that this was used, which you have to be very, very careful about. Abilities component. This gets saved from the town. Such a weird way I had done this before. Do you need experience with graphical design when making a game? I'll say this, it doesn't hurt, but you don't need it. And one thing to consider is, I mean, text-based games exist. But even if you're not making a text-based game, if you just look at games that exist out there, like let's say you load up a picture of Super Mario 64. Wow, none of these are actually showing what I want. Search for Bob on Battlefield. Maybe that'll show what I want. Yeah. Okay, take a look at what you're seeing as in terms of UI. There's literally just 3 elements, right? There's lives, there's stars, and there's the Lakitu camera. And that's it. And maybe by graphic design, you meant more along the lines of like graphics of Mario's model and the painting on the wall and whatever else. In my mind, that's not necessarily graphic design, although if that's what you're calling it, then for that, I would say you probably need at least enough to be able to throw some assets together, but you don't need to create the assets yourself because there are a lot of existing asset packs out there. What keyboard is this? This is a Korn keyboard. I'm trying to practice object-oriented programming with Python by creating a text-based RPG and having some issues with the game loop. What issues are you having, and do you know basic debugging? Because I would say learn this as soon as possible and just learn how to set a breakpoint, learn how to inspect values after hitting the breakpoint, and just these 2 things actually. Yeah, those 2 things I think will clarify quite a lot about what's going on. And these are very easy things based on if you're using an editor that supports this right out of the box. So for example, any JetBrains IDE is going to support this. VS Code should support this. Other editors I can't necessarily comment on. But yeah, what you would do is something like this. You'd put a breakpoint somewhere and then you'd run your code. And I can't probably run my code because I'm in an intermediate state right now. But then as soon as this line is hit, it'll break in, which means you're going to be in a debug view. And you'll be able to see, okay, what is town set to? How many skill points do I have? That sort of thing. Because a lot of people, when they're starting out, will do something like print, X is, and then type, I don't know what it is in Python. Let's just say something like this. They'll print a bunch of things out. And then you've got just a mess of like text in the console. And sometimes that's valuable, but most of the time, this is a sign that you should debug. Debugging is essentially just a way of figuring out what your assumptions are. VS Code handles C# debugging without setting up a bunch of launch.json. I think I had to set it up once, but after I had done it, now it's just set up and now I can debug. Regular game loop of input, update, render seems not great for text-based games. I have to do a lot of workarounds to print the actual display before getting input from the user. Is it okay to maybe switch around the order of the game loop? Yeah, it's okay. Also, these are all things that you should just consider what makes sense for your game. And also consider that you'll learn as you go and you can always sort of apply whatever knowledge you get. So don't feel like you have to come up with the ideal solution the first time. That's what refactoring is for. Okay, so we've changed quite a bit of this around. What did we do here? Yeah, so we passed in the town. I don't know if I actually changed the player abilities thing. I did not. Okay, so this should be town.player abilities. Yeah, and good luck combat. I think the other thing too, like, I guess I say this with programming languages, and I've got this command about this. A lot of people come in and ask, hey, what programming language should I learn? And I'm like, it doesn't matter. You're going to learn probably many of them. I think it's the same thing with game dev. It's like, I don't think most game developers are going to stop at one game and be like, that's it. I made one game. I'm now done for the rest of my life. The people who do that are the people who get into game dev and then find out they typically don't like it very much. But if you like game dev, you're not just going to make one game. You're going to make a platformer and a Tetris clone and then an RPG and a whole bunch of other stuff. And yeah, you'll learn as you go through all of them. All right, I think it's best to keep looking through here. So let's see what else we have. Ability costs are not a thing. So this shouldn't be here. What type of testing do you do to know if your game works as intended? Do you just play through or do you have unit tests? So at this point, it's just playthroughs. But eventually the game will be steady enough where I think adding some automated tests will be a good idea. I don't think it's important now because there are lots of things where we test it out and we're like, you know what, this system just doesn't make sense. And we delete all of the code. And if we'd written tests for all of that and made sure the tests are good and have proper coverage, I think it would have just been like, well, it's all throwaway work. And we don't know what's throwaway right now. But yeah, I think once we get sort of more toward beta, I think we're going to have to add more tests. Yeah, so this can't be here. There's got to be some like has met requirements to learn ability. Or, let me think about this. How does this work? So this checked the level. Both of those are doing that correctly. Then this one will actually try learning the prerequisites, whereas this one only checks if you have them. So there's got to be some like, there's got to be some Boolean of like can add skill point. Yeah. So let's make that. Protected virtual bool can add skill point. This might have side effects. Note this may have side effects in derived classes. Don't really advocate test-driven development. I think test-driven development makes sense when you know what your all of your requirements are. I think for a game, it's just hard to know those. So if you're making a service, let's say you're making the database layer, it's like inserting or I don't know, let's say like creating a new user should result in a row in the users table. Like this is something that's pretty obvious from any service you're going to make. So like, yeah, you can do test-driven development for something like that. But I think when you're like, I'm going to make a game, is this fun? You don't know if it's going to be fun, even if you know all your requirements on paper. I think it's just harder to do. And by the way, it's not necessarily a bad idea. It's just sometimes you'll write tests for things you end up deleting. And that's true even of regular software where you think you know the requirements at a time. I just think I think it's a little harder for games. Yeah. Yeah, the few lines at the top are because there's sometimes UI here, and then also because I used to have my webcam blocking this entire portion of my screen. Just increase fun by 1, if only I could do that. Bro, your hair never changes. Hey, Trackley. If you don't let Trackley comment on my shirts, they'll just comment on my hair. Okay, so can add skill point is where we put this thing in. If not can add skill point with the ability ID, then just return. Oh, and then we need to modify the money here. Yeah. All right, we got to be very careful to do this correctly. We got to put this all into can add money. Protected override. Or can add skill point, I mean. So this is going to be return false and then return true. There. And then this one is going to just be this stuff, I guess. Level is greater than or equal to max level. Scale points less than 0. Okay, scale points less than 0 is what needs to go into this one. Scale points less than 0. All right, now we delete all of this. We don't need this anymore. Now this shouldn't even exist, right? I think not. All right, cool. Yeah, delete. Oh, thank goodness. It's a load off my mind. So we check the level here, but we don't check anything else. And we leave that up to the derived classes. Sounds good. Who doesn't make fun of their teacher? Oh, I'm Trackley's teacher. Have I used Visual Studio before? Yes, I have. And if yes, why Visual Studio Code over Visual Studio? In general, my reason to prefer Visual Studio Code was it's faster and it's more sort of, I don't know, easily extensible, I guess I should say. I know VS proper has extensions or plugins or something. But anyway, VS on Mac is also just not an option anymore as of like 2 months ago. So that was another reason why not to prefer it. Yeah. Well, VS Code technically isn't open source, right? It's the underlying, what do they call it? I don't know. It's like Chromium and Chrome. I don't know what they call the VS Code that's actually open source. But yeah, this has all the Microsoft stuff added on. Although I don't find that to be problematic. All right, so next up, get all prerequisites. Does this have anything special in it? I don't think so. I think we just delete this. Try learn all prerequisites. This is another one of those things that can just exist here, except that there's a caller right there. So this would need to be protected at the very least. It could just exist in this class though, but then get all prerequisites needs to be protected. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. Yeah, sure. That's also fine. Modify ability level, where's that? Modify ability level. Are these the same function? Not quite. Because of modifying scale points. Oh my god. Hey, Moose. I take care, Uber. See ya. Wonder they're planning to rewrite VS Code in something other than Electron. I think if you have millions of lines of code, you're probably not using VS Code. You're probably using, quote unquote, a proper IDE. But then again, I'm not actually sure about that. When I was working at Google, there were some very, very large projects, and I still used VS Code for some of these things. You would just open a portion of the project at once and then use some other tool for searching. Google has things like this. Yeah, where you could do something like, I don't even know the code base anymore, but let's say we just search for test. It's like there within what, 1 second. This is like a Google search across your whole code base. So you just rely on some external tool for searching through something. You'd be like, okay, cool. Now I've got this file. You could open up the blame layer if you want. You could look through the history, etc. All right, so the thing we want to change here is to make this protected and virtual. And then here we want to call into the base. This is protected override. Why is that problematic? Inaccessible? I don't think so. Oh, I modified the wrong thing. I do think so. There are so many opportunities for things to go wrong here. This is another reason why writing tests can be good, especially before refactoring. See if everything worked beforehand, refactor, see if everything still works. But I'm cutting corners. Base modify. No suitable method found to override. Why not? Oh, because this doesn't have a void on it. All right, Looking good, which means you don't even need to override this. All right, what's next? We're getting there very, very slowly. Hover, stop hover, and show an update tooltip. I think all of these can just be deleted. Yeah. Okay, now let's fix these linting issues. Put these in the right spots. This is something I'm pretty sure Rider would be able to just do for me. But that VS Code doesn't seem to know how to do it. And then we need to fix any errors that are showing up, which I'm hoping is minimal. Why is this red? I think that's vestigial. What is this? Update available skill points label. Drat. So this has to be protected. So stupid. All right, get private set. Then I don't know, we put this down here. We're almost there. We're almost able to run this again. All right, that's working. Any other things that are in the wrong spots? Yeah, tons of them. At least those. Okay, now what's this about? Player ability change level. Not used here, not used here. Is used here. Okay, let's just try running it and see what happens. This is apparently problematic. Does it rearrange the methods? I don't think so. Code that you're implementing better, just no longer necessary. So what we're doing here is I'm gonna make this easy for easy terms. We have a skill tree and we're adding a customer skill tree. So what I did is I had both this class and this class. And this is like the beginning state that we have. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna make these inherit from the same final class here. So we're gonna have like a parent skill tree, and then both of these derive from that. So the code you see me deleting is code that exists in the parent, and because it exists there, it doesn't need to exist in both of these anymore. And I think we're almost there. What's the problem here? I sure hope everything works. Well, task 1 is get it to build, which I think we just did because the child class is implementing the parent one. Yeah. Yeah. So to show you what I'm talking about here, we have this tree. This is for player-wide skills. So things like you get more loot or the loot is worth more. And let's see if that's working. So we should see these characters move faster. Did they? Yeah, they did. I guess cloning is more obvious. There we go. Yeah, it's definitely working. Okay, so that's that one. And then this one is harder to do because these aren't different abilities, but it looks like it's working. We spent, wait a second, what? Why is my money 99750? I clicked this and then no, I didn't click that. I clicked this. Oh my God, I did. Oh, it costs 100 to build this. That's why. I was going to say each of these costs 50. So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 300 gold. And I was wondering how that could end in a 50. But now it makes sense. Because it's 150 starting money plus 100,000 minus 100 for the cost of that thing minus 300, which is 99750. Well, cool. We pretty much did it. I've got to look over this, but I'll do that after the break, I guess. This still says it expects a semicolon. I don't know why that's happening. But we'll just reload this. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. When I come back, we will finish this stuff off. Is it jump time? It's jump time. All right, for those who've never seen this, just type join in Twitch chat. This does not work in YouTube. And then jump to the top. Have fun. Oh man, Quickie Joe was robbed. Absolutely robbed. I saw that final jump. Quickie Joe jumped up and Kevin jumped to the side, bounced off the wall, but didn't land before Quickie Joe came down. Or wait, yeah, I said that right. Anyway, good game. Close the game, and let's get back to work. Oh man, Quickie Joe. Too bad. Just too bad. Got Kevin the Thief over there. Oh, why is it yellow? Because of the order? Non-nullable property must contain a non-null value. What did this used to be set to then? This didn't even exist. So is this one? What is that called? Ability prerequisites? Oh, I see. We used to set it to a dictionary. I guess we just set this to nothing then. All good. Quickie Joe, what's that? What's that vein on your forehead? Why are your eyes bloodshot all of a sudden? I hear all good. But I'm seeing you twitch all over the place. Complete this. Cloak of Shadows. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Just want to make sure there's nothing new here that's going on. Looks fine. Okay, yeah, let's keep looking through these. Should be in good shape. And what's the other class called? Town perks. Okay, anything that shouldn't be here? I don't think so. Yeah, this is the shared class now. So what do we get this down to? This doesn't even belong here, right? Yeah, not really. It doesn't matter if it is there, I guess, but yeah, no real reason to have it. But then what's the point in having this whole thing about unlearned dependent skills and whatever else? Yeah. So this class used to be longer than this? This is already pretty long. How long was this to begin with? 303 lines. So we got rid of 73. I mean, that's pretty good. But is there anything else we can ditch? Not that, not that. What might you be doing here? I guess because we don't have this in the parent. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's fine. Fine. Yep. 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 And yeah. Yeah, I think this is all looking pretty good. Cool. I'll look through this one again. Yep. And this one. Yeah. Okay, well, that was pretty good. I don't have much else to say, I guess. Refactor this. They use a lot of the same code. Probably just have reference to the town. It does now. Is there anything that we can gain by having access to the town directly? Maybe. No, I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. So what do we even use the town for? Just getting player abilities? That on its own is already fine. Yeah. So that's done. Collapse this into something like that. We can't do that anymore, can we? No, I don't like that. Yeah, I definitely don't like that. Wait, no, we still could. How does this work? We set prereqs here, and we set the ability names and stuff. Yeah, we could just make one for all of these, I think. But then we could also do the same thing over here too, right? Yes, this could be done for both trees. Can be done for both trees. Got any tutorials on C#? I think just Googling for them should probably turn up some good things. I'm sure Microsoft has to have something. C# tutorial. Yeah, right. I forgot about this. They have this whole website devoted to this. Yeah, I highly recommend this stuff. I haven't gone through this myself, but like Microsoft wants you using their language and they've made a lot of reference materials for it. Technically Pacific is UTC -7 at the moment. No, UTC doesn't change, right? It's GMT -7. Maybe that's not even true. Because I didn't go through daylight saving time yet. Yeah, I'm still 7 hours different. The US daylight saving time starts in 7 days. No, 6 days. Yeah. So 6 days from now, I got to update that command. So I'll write that down. Monday, update time dimension UTC. Oh, wait. Oh. This time it says UTC -8. Okay, never mind. I'm just being super dense. My bad, my bad. Well, then how about we just leave it because it's about to be true. So it's only broken for another 6 days. So yeah. Right? Am I I'm gonna just listen to whatever unknown says next because I might still be thinking about this wrong. I hate time zones. I just hate them. The world should be on one time. Never need to convert anything. And then any other planets we ever go and live on, that should all use the same time. I don't care about any other reasons. I have said it. We are done. Earth time. No, we'll call it atom time. That way, not only will we all have a much easier system, but I'll be immortalized. Just type time.is pt. From November 3rd, it says UTC minus, I don't care. I'm done. Whatever. I think it's fine. Getting snake pet with customizable hats. People be like, what in the world is this game about? I thought I was managing a town, not snake hats. All right, there's nothing new here, right? I've already looked through it all. Yeah. Wow, refactor Skeletree and town perks. They now share a lot of the same code. How much did we manage to do? 176 lines of shared code. That's pretty good. I did technically say it, but the context should have made it clear. If I'm forced to add snake pets with customizable hats, then you don't ever get to suggest another thing for the game. I think that's only fair. Collapse these into something like that. That should be done for both trees. Yeah, we have prerequisites combined with the node names. So what do we actually need? We need node names, any prereqs that might exist, and then costs for this tree. That Kevin's willing to make. I didn't say Kevin, did I? I thought I was talking about unknown this whole time. Who suggested snake pets? All right, so what's the easiest way to combine all this stuff? I guess all this is going to live in here. Yeah, I'm just going to make a record class in here, a record struct. Can we easily do this? I think we can. So we're going to call this town perk ability data. And what are we storing? We're storing a prerequisite. Where'd all this go? I'm in the wrong spot. Not even in town perks, and I'm trying to add a town perk thing. All right, so we need cost, prerequisite, and node name. So ability ID, prerequisite ability ID, cost, and button node name. There. Now we can manifest everything in a single dictionary of everything. This'll work great. Ability data equals. All right, so shiny loot, none 50 testosterone skill. And there we go. Look at that. You can also add the ability ID to the record, then you only need a list. Hang on a second. I wanna see how I use this stuff, because I think we do want this to be a lookup. ID, none, no cost found. Okay, so we don't have that as a problem anymore, which means we don't have this as a problem anymore. Which means, does this even need to exist? What does this do? Set button ability. What is that? What is going on here? Huh. This is not necessary, is it? Ability names, what are we doing? Set button ability. Yeah, I can combine this too, I think. Oh man, there's going to be cognitive overload pretty soon. All right, well, let's get through what we actually had here. We're going to go through everything in ability data, I guess. And this is going to be the town perk ability data. Okay, so get value dot button node name in the key. Oh, that's what I forgot to check. This does nothing now. This does something. Cool. How large is too large for an update method? For example, if I have a title scene class with an update method that checks for every possible state of the class and then does some logic depending on the state. I think in general, if you ever see yourself doing something like if condition 1, then something else, if condition 2, something, and so on and so forth to else if condition like 9. This is almost always a sign that you need some kind of pattern here. And it all depends on what you're doing exactly. So for example, maybe you end up storing things in a dictionary and you have a dictionary of like, I don't know, some sort of condition to some sort of action. And this is your like dispatch thing. And that way you can just say dispatch condition dot like run or something like that. And you've consolidated your like mega if statement down to pretty much one line. But that's one way of doing it. Another way is with object-oriented programming. Another way, there's lots of different things you can consider for this. So it all depends on what you're doing exactly. With that said, I think these are the things you get a feel for as you code a little bit more. And I think one of the things to optimize for is readability when it comes to coding, and not for number of characters, not for like dev speed necessarily. Number of characters should have pretty much no bearing on anything unless we're talking about assembly still. And if you're doing some kind of embedded programming, then okay, maybe it might matter. Like maybe you need to cut down the number of actual things you're typing into your editor. Anyway, I highly doubt it. So yeah, most of the time it's like, will another developer understand this in the future? And not, am I coding it the fastest, or is this the most succinct function that I could possibly make? You run into a lot of this stuff. If you type in like Python one-line quicksort, you'll find, well, I guess you don't very easily find this online, but wow, what a terrible website. Okay, this right here is a one-line quicksort function. Can most people understand it? Like, I mean, you can take the time to see what this line of code is doing, but it's much better if you were to just even put names like quicksort here, or say sorted list, or that you're write a comment or something for it. Anyway, sorry, I'm kind of spiraling here because I'm trying to keep in mind what I was just doing before this. So I don't think I fully devoted my thought process to what I was saying. It was like 75% autopilot. I hope that made sense. So here we go through this. We also have the costs, which now does not exist. I'll reload this. Fewer calories spent means that you need to do more exercise afterward. Make up for it. Specific times either UTC -7 or 8. Yeah, I think this is a lack of knowledge kind of thing, that you see this happen, that people say PST when they mean PDT, and that they just use the terms interchangeably. So I just forgot to update the time commit. That's my problem. Hey, Ricardo. I'm doing well. I don't think there's probably anyone else to see your chat message unless I bring it on screen, because yeah, you're the only person in YouTube chat right now. But I hope chat's doing well too. From everything I've gleaned, it seems like everyone's fine. All right, so ability costs need to change. We're not, oh, I guess technically it still exists. Well, it does. That's the problem. So we're going to get this instead from ability data, ability ID dot cost. Why is that lowercase? Because I typed it lowercase. And that solves that problem. Now, isn't there one more problem here? Prerequisites. Prerequisites are defined twice. Yes. Okay. Well, for that, we can do ability data select a dot prerequisite. Oh wait, what am I doing? I gotta make this a dictionary. Drat. I don't know how to do this easily. Someone in chat as well. Kevin came over from Twitch, throwing you a bone. Appropriate for a skeleton game. Well, this had to be link anyway. But yeah, I don't know how to easily turn this into a dictionary. How would we do this? I guess let's just get... Yeah, I don't know. We could just iterate over the list and convert it into a dictionary that way. That would work fine. So ability prerequisites dot add, or we don't even need to do add. What am I doing? There, done. And this isn't even ID to name. This is like data. And it should be data value and data key. It's a pair. Oh man, all right, well that took me a long time. So I think we're good now. Cannot implicitly convert this to a hash set. Do I ever want multiple prereqs? I guess we shouldn't prevent having it. Yeah, so now we can delete this. All right, that's not bad at all. Yeah, that's not bad. So now all of the information about an ability can be in one spot. I like that. I think that's good. Let's do the same thing over here. So we need this. This is going to be, what do we call this? Skell tree ability data. So it's an ability and a node name. Oh, and and a prerequisite. Yeah. All right, then we manifest these here. And get all of these things to be in there. All right, so how do we do this? Like so. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. Equals new ability ID on none, and then that. Nice. Except for not nice because I messed up. What did I mess up though? I guess the curly braces at the end. Yeah, there we go. Okay, next is to get the prerequisites in there. Where do those come from? Cloning requires player worker speed, and that's it. Okay, that's pretty easy. Cloning requires player worker speed. Done. And we can delete all of this now. This should be id to name.value.prereq. String does not contain a definition. Oh, because this is wrong. Skell tree ability data. And then this can just be pair. And this is in, what do we call that? Ability data. Okay, I think we're looking good. Neat. Now, could we pass this in, or would we need to make an interface out of this? We would need to make an interface. I don't want to do that. I don't care about that. Why is this yellow? Change to be read only. Yeah, I guess we don't set it from the root classes anymore. Done. All right, that should build. What's the problem with this? Already defines a member has all prerequisites. Did I? Oh man, did I mess this up? I believe so. But I think that would have been from the previous commit. Unless I only just moved that now. Wait, what? Did I put that in the wrong spot? Oh man, this is messed up. I think I just forgot to remove it. Yeah, how do I go look at the old commit? Git diff like this. And then what's that function called? Has all prerequisites. What file are we in? I don't even know. I guess player. No, we're not. I don't know. Yeah. We should see what class this is, right? I apparently deleted this. I think that's what that color means. But then, what is this? You know what I should probably do is just undo the last commit. Except for that my changes will get intermingled. How best to do this? What happens if you click this? Oh, cool. That's exactly what I want. Oh, wow. Sometimes things just work. All right, so has all prerequisites is there in player ability tree, and I forgot to delete it from the other one. Skeletree didn't have it. It was town perks. Town perks didn't even exist. Oh, wait, what am I doing? No, sorry, I clicked the wrong thing. Oh, I'm a dummy. Skeletree, skill button, town. Should see town perks here somewhere, right? Yeah, it has all. It just should have been deleted from there. Okay, great. I understand what I'm doing now. We need to amend the last commit. But this shouldn't have been deleted. This should have been protected. Okay, now I understand what I did wrong. This should be here, but with protected. I modified the wrong file. That's what I did. And then town perks shouldn't have has all prerequisites. Call is ambiguous between the following properties. Not anymore. It's not. Gonna download Skeleseller and see how it feels. So Ricardo, if you're gonna do that, might I request instead that you wait until the next version's out? It'll be in a little over 3 weeks, I think. Because you could technically play it now, but I've made so many changes that I'd be curious to hear what it's like from a first-time player who's willing to give feedback once we have addressed a lot of that feedback that we already got. Type already defines a member. Wait, do I have this twice? Oh my God, is that the problem? That might be a problem for a different reason though. But yeah, delete this. Use a dictionary of states with functions as values made the update method extremely clear. Yeah, cool. I'm glad to hear it. Also, if you're ever curious how other games do it, you can usually find an open source game that's like close enough to what you're making on GitHub. So if you just go to GitHub and type in like open, well, I guess you don't need to type open source, but you can just type text-based RPG, for example. And I have no idea what we're going to find here. So it's not like I've done this before. But sure, Lizardry. Let's go look at this one. Online, free-to-play adventure RPG where every player is a hero. And yeah, it's not really recent. Looks like it was given up on last year. But still, you can go into this and just see what do they do. I don't even know what these files are. What language is this? Pascal? Okay, well, that's why. Anyway, you could look at what they did. they're using a totally different language, but you could always search GitHub for the specific language you're looking at. Yeah, including the right human language too. Like I wouldn't be able to understand the Russian. But yeah, I think that'll give you some ideas. This is what a lot of people do for kind of every part of their game, right from ideation. They go and play another, whatever, text-based game in this case, and then another one and another one. And then they look at maybe like, how are skills done in those games? How do you do customization? How do you do whatever else, loot? How do you have an economy? And then they kind of pick and choose what works from those games. Yeah, Alex, thanks for resubbing. Welcome back. And I find that's sort of the default way that people do stuff. And I think it's a little bit of a shame, but I think it's the most effective in terms of being successful. Hey, Jess. I guess in an ideal world, everyone's coming up with stuff themselves completely, but that's not really realistic. All right, so what do we do here? We deleted a private version of a function because we had both versions in here. Is that what I'm seeing? Yes, that is what I'm seeing. Okay, cool. So that's all I want to do then is I want to take this and stage this change, which I guess you have to select it over here to do that. Or just do that. And now we amend the last commit because that all should have been part of that one. And we're good. Whew. All right, well, let's run this now. And everything should just work. Nope, it's broken. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're adding points, but it's not updating that skill button. This is not good. Yeah, it's a corn keyboard. I like it a lot. Oh God, when did I break this? I don't think it was just now, but it might have been. Where do we use the prerequisite? Right there. Key equals prerequisite. Maybe that's fine. No, that's not fine. Yeah, that's why that's not fine. Okay, I think I understand. I think what's happening is we're now manifesting a prerequisite of none. And before we didn't manifest anything. So I think the way this should be changed is like so. We say if this is not equal to none, then do this. Yeah. And technically the same thing should be done over here. Whoa, combat. You did not need to do that, but thank you very much. Thanks for gifting 4 subs. Yeah, well, you're welcome for the help. I think this is probably clear, but I'm not trying to do it for people's support or anything. I like helping, but I certainly appreciate the gifted subs. What IDE am I using? I'm using VS Code. I tend to have commands for kind of everything in chat. And if you don't want to type them in to see if they're commands, you can just go to a.bot.land and type in something like IDE or keyboard or whatever else you might be curious about. What am I working on today? What is Skeleseller all about? What's my cat's name? What's a picture of my cat? They're all there. Okay, yeah. So the last thing we got to do here is put this in for town perks. And I'm not even sure this will fix it, but I'm hoping it'll fix it. Oh, no worries, Jez. Yeah. You wouldn't just know to do that stuff. And I'm not bothered by people asking questions in chat. I think the things that bother me are when I type a command and then someone, like, there's a video, right? And then if people are still like, oh, hey, what's the answer to this and this and this? And I'm like, there's a video that answers everything. So I think that is slightly annoying. And the other thing that's slightly annoying is I think when people, what do they do? I think let's just leave it at that. I won't be nitpicky. And thanks, Jess. What's the tech stack of a.bot.land? Is it open source by any chance? I believe it is, or at least visible source. It's not licensed for use, but there it all is. And what you'd be looking for is, I think, in packages, web. This is all the site that you see. There's really not too much because there are only 2 pages. There's the index, which is what you linked, and then there's the points page, which is this. And this is all running on my mini PC, which is also now running Pi-hole, which is fantastic. Man, it completely changed mobile browsing for me. And it wasn't apparent until I went to a friend's place yesterday and I was looking something up. Oh yeah, they were playing Portal 2 and I was trying to figure out how far into Portal 2 they were. So I just typed in something like Portal 2 walkthrough because I've already beaten the game. And I found it was IGN actually. An IGN page came up and it was just riddled with ads. And I'm like, I do not see this stuff at my house. Will this game be expensive? I don't think it'll be expensive, maybe about $10 or something. The reason I linked that latest command here is there's a little bit of an FAQ here, and the FAQ has things like, can I play it? When and where is it launching? And I think there's a thing about the cost in here somewhere. Yeah, what will be the cost? Probably around $10. Yeah, no worries, Jess. Like I said, no worries. I'm not saying this stuff to like smack you down and get you to not chat. I'm just saying because I have the answers somewhere and because you might be curious about more answers that are also there. Okay, so did I ever rebuild this? I have no idea because I am not paying attention to anything anymore. Let's try this out. So all your phone requests go through the Pi-hole? I have, I see what you're saying. So that even when I'm at someone else's place. Yeah. That would be kind of interesting, actually. Nice, this is working now. Okay, I was very worried about that. And it's subtle what's happening here, but basically this skill is needed to get this skill. So if you try putting a point directly into this one, it will put a point into the first one as well. And if I don't have that point, like here, I only have 1 point. So I click this and nothing happens. And the opposite is true as well. If I right click this one, it'll, oh, the minus button's gone. Oh, whoops. That's in player ability tree. I have it hide the minus button. Where is that? Remove that. Yes, right there. Set ability. This is a mistake. This is a big mistake. And the reason it wasn't obvious to me this was even gone is because there's another bug that lets you remove points even when you shouldn't be able to. Well, oops. Skill button. What is that thing called? I don't remember what it's called. Set button ability. There it is. All right, that. I guess as long as we're deleting lines, let's delete these two. Thanks, Jez. Yeah. And if you ever want to chat with other people, by the way, it's a little bit more active over on Twitch. Because as you can tell, you're the only person chatting on YouTube right now. Not that there's a problem with that. I do try to respond to both. Yeah, now the minus buttons are there. So if we build the town hall and then click this. Yeah, nice. It's all working. Nice. Nice. All right, so let's go check that in. We now manifest data in one location and we fixed a bug here. I guess the bug fix should be on its own commit. So let's do that. I'm going to check in that and we're going to check in. I guess let's check in these changes too. And then there should be this. Why is this? Oh, we can't do this. This is annoying. I want this to stay and just this line to be checked in. I don't know if we can do that. No, they got rid of stage selected range. Oh, no, they didn't. Wait, yes, they did. Oh, they did delete that. Now you have to click the plus button. But it's going to change both of these things. Man, I don't know what to do about that then. I guess we paste this back in. And then click the plus. And then take it out. but now it'll be staged the right way. Hopefully I did that right. Yeah, cool. Fix bug with removing points. The button was hidden because I set that property in a shared base class. Yeah, I definitely ignore the Steam chatters. I don't know if anyone's been chatting over there. Yeah. Yeah, don't take a look at this. All right, take care, Jez. Have a good meal or snack. And thanks for dropping in. Okay, how are we looking? Pretty good. This is just consolidate a bunch of data. Yeah, I think it's good. Consolidate ability data. I used to define prerequisites, button node names, and costs separately. Was a pain for adding new values. How do you format that? When you're typing a commit message, so like, hi, this is a test of a really long commit message that is definitely going to go beyond 72 characters. You can just press command dot or control dot, and the quick fix is hard wrap line. Command and control dot are just the shortcut for this hover dialog, basically. See how it says command dot? And then click hard wrap line and it's fixed. The other way you can do it, and this way is a little bit more annoying, you can set a ruler in VS Code via your settings. So here I have a ruler set to 80, but on git commit I have it set to 72. So I'd have to set it to 80 in the editor, or sorry, to 72 in the editor. But then whenever you type something here, like let's say we just do this dot repeat 100. So whenever you have something typed out, if I were to rewrap this line now, it'll abide by the ruler, but the ruler is set larger than what the git commit thing should be. Mine doesn't have it. I have pre-commit set up. Huh. I don't know where it's coming from, so I don't know if I can help you there. Maybe, oh, maybe it's this. Yeah, it might be this. Try putting that into your settings. I'm not sure if it'll work, but it's a good shot. That's done. That's done. Populated with some very basic skills. Customer speed and max number of customers. Well, how about let's run .NET format now before I forget. And while that's running, let's go fill out the journal. Why is this not working? There it goes. Okay, worked on the town hall and the town perks tree. Did it make any changes? It did make one. What's the change? Where is it? A to-do got moved? I don't care about that. Discard. Okay, so here's the problem. Well, a couple problems. I don't know how many skills we should have. I don't know what they should be called. I don't want them to do anything to the town just yet. That's polish. Well, we got to start somewhere. So what I'm thinking is this. You get a skill that we call like, I don't know, advertisements. Place an ad for where your town is. I don't know. And this is effectively +1 max customers. And you can get it a few times and they're prerequisites of one another. So it looks kind of like this. And then you also get like I don't know, paved roads. Your roads become higher quality. And this would be plus, I don't know, 20% customer movement speed. And just like before, you do the same general thing. You have a couple tiers of that. That's what I'm thinking. That's like the most basic possible thing we can do. Maybe we even make this be like +1, +2, and +3. So you end up with 8 total customers instead of just 5. Use skill affected ID name. That I'm not concerned about that right now. I don't mind renaming that stuff in the future. I'm more concerned with how many should we even have for checkpoint number 4. Like what else sounds interesting, I guess. Increase the odds that they stay for longer, decrease that stuff. Yeah, I don't think I want to do any of this stuff yet. I think for checkpoint number 4, we'll just have these. And it's just a question of how many should the max even be. And maybe we could even think about it right now. You start with 2 customers. I don't even know how many items they buy, but they move like glaciers. So you definitely want more and you want them to move faster. I like the idea of having many skills and they're all incremental here. Well, no, actually, do I? I didn't take that stance with anything else in the game. They have a spending limit. So we haven't coded this yet, but the way they're going to work is like this. Which is when they wander, based on the number of purchases that they made, they have a chance to leave town. So if they made very few purchases, it's incredibly unlikely they're going to leave town. But if they made more purchases, it gets increasingly likely that they're going to leave. Have you thought about how far it'll go in terms of progressions for locations? Not really, no. That is a very scary task. Very scary. That was it? Oh, awesome. Cool. Does it matter if it's a list or a finite state machine? You just move from one to the next? Oh, what matters is what players see. So like as a player, how many skills should there be? And like 100 skills is too many and 1 skill is too few. So what's the amount? And I don't know, like 5 maybe? Are there customers adventures? No. So I'll show you briefly just an overview of sort of the different characters in the game. You were an adventurer, but then you died. So you became this skeleton. And then the adventurers are all the cool looking characters in town. So for example, if I go and hire another adventurer, I can get the mage. So there's the mage. The customers are the slow moving ones. So if I were to find an item, let's say I just create an item for myself and drag a potion over to the shop. Now the customers are the only ones who can go buy it. So like I said, these ones move like glaciers and there are only 2 of them. So you're going to want to get the town hall, and I don't have the money. Get the town hall and then click the little bulletin board and click, something like this. Increase the movement speed. This doesn't do anything yet. I haven't coded it. But yeah, then your customers move a little bit faster. And you could imagine once you've got many different shops. So for example, if I build this shop and I've got some more workers and we're getting some more items in town, it's like, okay, now your weapons go up here, your armors go over here, your potions go over here, and the customers moving very slowly is a gigantic detriment to how much money you might be making per minute. So you might be like, oh, it's time to upgrade my town hall. And you get another customer and now they walk in from the side and yeah. Oh, that seems like a problem. Cannot access a disposed object. Town hall sign. Where are you? Signs 87. Can't show this. What? It's not disposed. Oh, it is disposed. I forgot because this calls Q free on it. Oh, whoops. Well, how did we fix that with the other ones? I don't know if we did. We didn't. Town hall sign. Show all remaining signs happens in grant most things. So then this was always a bug. It was just not a bug I ever noticed. So if I just clear console on this, it should be happening even for the armory or something, right? Oh, because it only happens once. Okay, I see. Yeah, that eventually won't be a problem. Well, maybe it will. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about that yet. It's not a big deal. All right, yeah, what are we doing? Where's that tab I had open here? So, all right, let's think about this. start with 2 customers and the movement speed is nav speed 40 to 45. All right, so maybe the first upgrade can be, yeah, +1 customer, first customer upgrade, and first speed upgrade can be probably 20% at least. That'll make them move roughly 50 movement speed, which is still not great. Maybe even 30%. I don't know. Let's just test some of this stuff. All right, I'm going to go add in some skills then. I did not think that we'd need another stream to do this, but it's definitely looking that way. So we're going to add a skill for max customers. I don't even have this stuff. Town perks. So inside of testeroni skill, let's call this yeah, I'll just call it like max customers for now. Max customers 1. Max customers 2. Let's put in 3 of them. And we got to arrange this so that it actually looks decent. Yeah, so this leads to this. Leads to this. Adding a label that's just a down arrow. This is not going to be super obvious, and I know this. But they can drop trash on the ground. The workers have to take the trash like a regular item, and the trash is worthless. And you can hire cleaners to get rid of the trash. Customers drop trash on the ground. It's actually kind of interesting because if you get the recycling druid, then you could recycle the trash. Which I guess what are the workers doing? The workers have to move it somewhere. Anyway, I'll write it down. I don't know how I feel about it, but it's one of those things that it's like, yeah, it could add a little bit of a management layer that maybe is fun. You see the worker carrying a really stupid item, and you're like, get that away. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh yeah, modifying this stuff. Yeah, so I was going to move these labels in the right spots. We can eventually have this be dynamically created. All right, now let's just try to line these up. We're doing this in the hackiest possible, easiest way. I do not care about these being all aligned or anything yet. There, so that's the max customer set of stuff. Now I want the speed set of stuff. Customer speed 1, 2, and 3. Now we select all of that and move all of that over here. And we're good. I mean, even as a semi-joke, it's an interesting idea. I think it's kind of funny because like what makes it a good idea is you're adding in frustration that you're then removing from the game, as opposed to a fun mechanic that you're eventually expanding on. If that makes sense. But it can still potentially work. But yeah, I don't think I'd want players doing it for the entire game. So yeah, eventually they just upgrade it and they're done. All right, how does this work? We go to ability ID and we're going to make a town perk max customers 1, 2, and 3. And then town perk, do we call these all town perk? Do we do that for player stuff? Yeah, we call it player. Okay, that's fine. And then town perk customers speed 1, 2, and 3. Okay, now shiny loot. Let's go look at this one. No, that's dumb. Let's look at cloning. Homicide rate instead of crime rate, but still. Customer stealing stuff. I think customer stealing stuff is a different kind of frustration. I think your workers like being busy picking up trash, that's frustrating, like lightly frustrating, I guess. Like your customers stealing from you, I think is majorly frustrating. And if the only thing you could do to stop it is to just get an upgrade, I think that would feel bad. I think you'd want to stop them manually somehow. I meant customers are robbers attacking customers. Oh, I see what you're saying. How about lazy customers? I mean, if you think about it as laziness, they sort of start out lazy and they move very slowly. But yeah, we could have it so the customers get sort of tired or something and maybe they go to your inn. Maybe that's another thing we could kind of do. Anyway, I'll have to think about this sort of thing. Maybe customers use your inn and get a speed boost. Maybe the inn charges the money when they do that. Whoops. All right, so cloning, how does this work? Create worker, remove worker. We know the concept of removing. It's only on ability level increased. So what are we calling this? Oh man, there got to be multiple abilities that use the same thing, but they all are really the same level. All right. I'm going to do this, but this is kind of weird. Yeah. Town perk max customers. Yeah, this can't really work, can it? I want there to be different costs for each level of a skill. I don't know how you'd even know what the costs are unless I manifested them in a tooltip or something. Because here's the problem we're running into right now. I want to show skill dependencies. So we have max customers 1 leads to max customers 2, which leads to 3. So you have this kind of tree. This is pretty obvious how this works. But then I wanted different prices. So I wanted this to be 50 and this to be whatever, 500 and so on and so forth, right? The issue is they're now 3 distinct skills, but they all do the same thing. And it's not really a problem. I mean, I can code around this. We just call this town perk max customers 1. In fact, we kind of have to do this. I guess that's the sucky thing. This should have been named with a 1 in it. In the future, I guess they're not all doing the same thing, though. They're like making a fountain in the town, or they're making a flower bed or something. All right, so what do we call this? For now, just max customers level 1. I've never done that before. Level 1. And then do we have any icons that already make sense for this? Because I don't want to make a new one. Max customers. It's going to be impossible to see what the icons even are, right? Yeah, but I guess the easier way to see it then would just be to load up the game, which we now can't do. Oh, game development. If only I could see what these icons were. But they're all a white icon on a transparent background, so I need to load them all in GIMP to see what they do. Like that, it's arrows. Anyway, I think relationship bounds is maybe the one with multiple characters on it. Is it? Yeah, it is. Okay, so that's what we're going to use. Because that's what we had for cloning. So get number of clones. This is going to be get the level of this ability plus the level of the other 2 abilities. This plus this plus this. Shared some icon ideas on Discord for when you want to put some. Put up posters, give out flyers. Oh, direction signs. Maybe make them wander less. I didn't think about that. Anyway, thank you. I think I'm gonna skip this for now. I do use game icons on that. I just didn't want to manifest new ones, that's all. And it's hard to tell which ones I already have here without looking them all up on the website. So yeah, it's just a minor thing. Actually, you know what I could have done? Now that I think about it, we could have temporarily modified every single SVG to add in a background and then just deleted them all. That would work. Yeah, that would have been pretty fast. So every time the ability changes, this is actually get max num customers, get max num customers. And this is just num customers. So the expected number is the number you already had plus that. These are unlocked only once, so we just need to go modify this ability, don't we? Where's the maximum number of customers? Right there. Starts at 2. We should just be able to increase this. And then there's no problem, right? But there might still be one. Yeah, in fact, if we just increase that number, I guess it'd be fine. Let's go make a public function to just shortcut this for right now. I'll just make a public void increase max customers. Yeah, that's it. And then we'll call this function from here. So on ability level change, just increase the maximum number of customers by 1. Easy. All right, what's the tooltip? So it's going to be something like make your town more appealing. I don't know how. Causing your maximum number of concurrent customers to go up by 1. There. We don't even need this. All right, now we just save this 2 more times. World's dumbest way of making this. This one's level 2. And you know what? Let's make this go up by 2. How about that? We can make these all inherit from the same thing eventually, but they're going to probably do some extra stuff. This will be called level 3. Oh, max level of all these things should have been 1. Guess I messed that up. Okay, public. This isn't public. Private, static. No, private const int max customers increase 3. Yeah, so this needs to be set to that, and this does too. The cats have hats. That's level 3. All right, that I could get behind. Actually, we just copy paste this whole thing. No, wait, what am I doing? I did that backwards. Oh my God, what am I doing? What am I doing? There. There. Like I said, I know I can refactor this. Don't think I don't know. Public should come before private. Really? All right, and then level 1 has 1. Hooray. Max level of all these things gets set to 1. And we're pretty good. All right, so those are done. Other than that, find a way to fit this icon into the game somehow. This is unknown, and this is me when unknown suggests something to be put into the game. Actually, that could be the request lore. Think about it. I submitted your name for the Hidden Gem Award for the Streamer Awards. Thanks, Perfect Alibi. I didn't even know there were Streamer Awards. In 5.5 hours, I just didn't take a proper lunch break. I took 20 minutes and just went and ate food and then came back instead of stopping the stream. Give me a system for town reputation like Animal Crossing star rating, higher the appeal, better customers show up. I think what we're going to do is just make it so that these upgrades are accompanied by some change to your town. So this right now, I know it's a very boring description. It says just make your town more appealing, but it might say something like add a fountain to your town, which makes it more appealing. Add a gold statue of Adam, the awesome customer, to your town. And then you'll see these things pop up in your town, but it'll just be by clicking this skill button, essentially. If you want to take an hour break, you can do so. Let the ads run. I make very little off of ad revenue. I think even if I let them run for an extra hour, it wouldn't really make a huge difference. Let me see if I can find this information for you. Payouts, earnings, here it is. Okay, ad revenue on Friday, for example, was $2.45. And on, oh, I was like, why do I have revenue on Tuesday? And on Monday of last week, it was $1.28. So yeah, you can imagine. Oh, that was only a half day though. That's why. So I guess they're pretty much exactly the same. Yeah, ad revenue is usually about $2.50 to $3. So yeah, not a lot. Lower request form button, headshot.html. I like the giant one. Right back to the OG lunch with Stream Mondays. I don't think so. Today it made sense because I had a quiche in the fridge and I just needed to microwave it. So I felt like I can eat that pretty quickly. Then I had a delicious Fuji apple. Hey, Caleb. Almost as profitable as merch sales. Merch sales, I made 26 cents. That's pretty good. And actually, YouTube, I think I finally hit my first payout after like 6.5 months. I made $100. Let me see. Can I find that? Where does it show? Getting paid, action required, submit tax information. Oh, no wonder I haven't gotten the money. Oh, hang on. I got to write that down. Submit tax info to YouTube. Get my payout. Yeah, we're just going to hold my money forever. Yeah, you can post a link, Alibi. Yeah. That's not even 30 minutes worth of work at a minimum wage spot. All of this? Yeah. Well, the minimum wage in Seattle is like $20 an hour. So this is less than a quarter of that. About 50 cents after tax. You know it. I'm rolling in the dough over here. Everyone just cancels their sub. This guy's making 26 cents. He doesn't need us. Burn your t-shirts. All right, so customer speed 1, 2, and 3. We don't actually have a way to modify this either right now, do we? I guess the closest thing is the Swift shoes, which thankfully what are these called? Apparently not shoes. What do I call this? Speed? Ah. And the way that this worked is we just got all of the entities of a particular type and modified their speed. All right, we can do the exact same thing. There's a problem here though, right? Yeah, of course there's a problem. Town Perks need these buttons and doesn't know about them. What are they called? Max customers 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so max customers 1. That's there. I don't know about the costs. We're not going to fill that in for right now. Max customers 2 relies on max customers 1. Cost should probably be slightly higher, 75. This is just for testing. It's not, there's no way it's going to stay 75. And then this one can be slightly higher than that. And there's all that stuff. Great. Now we go add in the other 3. This is not max customers anymore. It is, whoops, what am I doing? Let's just do it that way. What's this one called? Customer speed. Customer speed. Okay, great. It's 3rd year in the row now. Here's a link for submitting nominations. You don't all need to submit me. Does anything actually happen with the winners? Like, do they get a lot more viewers or something? Because doesn't even necessarily matter. Also, I wonder how they determine best hidden gem? Because this is all probably a vote-based system, right? Where the hidden gem? Here it is. Serves to highlight an amazing streamer with less than 100 average viewers during 2023. Okay, let's take a look. How about this? Here's what we'll do. We'll highlight this person's name and see how many average viewers they have now. Okay, they are up to 361 now. And this was for last year, I guess, during 2023. So let's look at their number of viewers last year. How do we do that? 2023. Yeah, they had 92. And then in January of 2024, they went up. So possibly, then they like doubled in February somehow. Yeah. So possibly it had an effect. They have trophies for the winners. Neat. Well, yeah, thanks for submitting me. Yeah, I've said this before. I'm doing two things on stream. I'm streaming and entertaining, I guess. And then I'm also coding. And I think the two are at odds with one another, which is why I'm not really trying to grow the stream very much. I appreciate everyone being here and watching, but it's almost like it's better if you're a lurker than if you're a chatter. It feels weird to say that, but it's like I am trying to make a game, and every minute that I spend chatting is a minute I'm not usually making a game. What ECS limit am I using? It's just a custom one that we made. And it's roughly what you'd expect. It doesn't have things like, what does Unity call their thing? God, I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, it doesn't have the like contiguous memory alignment for any data for components. Why can't I remember what that's called though? Unity data something. Dots. Yeah, it's not dots. How many Skeleseller sales in a year would you consider a success? It's really, really hard for me to define this because the baseline goal is just it should do better than Botland, which it's pretty much guaranteed to do. Botland had like $700 of revenue, I think. And I just can't imagine the game getting like less than 70 sales because the number of people in the stream who'd probably buy it just to support me would probably be whatever 30 or 40, let's say. And then the odds of it not reaching some number of people beyond that, it just seems pretty slim. So anyway, baseline goal I feel like is probably going to be met no matter what. So what's the actual realistic goal? It's like I think just focusing on how do we get 1,000 sales at first. I think that'd be pretty interesting. What do you plan to make the price? Probably about $10. I don't know. I still have to figure that out. I'm going to do some research and everything. But even this, it's like that's not really a monetary success, right? That's $10,000 over probably like 1 year of work for 5 people. Minus the Steam cut, minus whatever else. What game engine is it? It's Godot. So you're still focused on programming. It works. Yeah, so we got to go code this now. So let's save this as town perk customer speed 1. All right, percent speed per level. I'm not actually sure I want to do it as percent per level. Percent speed bonus, maybe. I was thinking, let's see. If it were 90%, then the maximum speed you could get to is this times this, which is 85.5, which is still pretty bad. So maybe it's like plus 30%, plus 40%, plus 50%, and they're additive. So this is actually plus 70% to get to this level, and this one's actually plus 120%. And even that's not too crazy, right? 2.2. Yeah, even that only sets you to 99, which is what the default speed of your workers would be. I think that's pretty good, though. Yeah, I think let's do that. 30%, 40%, 50%. Yeah, I think you can now do any language with Godot. I'm not sure, though. But Kevin had used Swift with Godot. All right. So yeah, 30% for this. Call this customer speed 1. Best VTuber. But it's the other way around, right? No, wait, no, I guess you're right. I'm a B. And I'm really streaming with my human persona. All right, how do we do this? Anytime you get one of these levels, we need to go modify all of the levels. So this does need to be public. So this is a little strange. And like I said, I want to refactor this at some point, but I'm not going to think about that too much right now. So this is going to be this. Actually, let's code it like this. Ability ID dot customer speed 1. So it's that times this one plus 2 times town per customer speed 2 plus 3. 3. Yeah, there. So that's the bonus speed. Wait a second, which is not the, hang on a second. What do we do here? Level ability, percent per level, get speed, speed percent. I think we should rename this. Get speed bonus percent. Or percent bonus. This is dumb. Get percent speed bonus. There we go. That's the name. Hey Clonk, how you doing? Haven't seen you here in a little while. By the way, what everyone's referring to, or not everyone, I guess, but this thing, I keep a list of every time someone says I look like someone else, and Left just at one point said I look like one of the bees from the Bee Movie, which I find very funny. But then I think the closest one of everyone who's ever suggested something is this person, the HashiCorp CTO. Does look pretty similar to me. Most of the time people say to anybody else, you look like that person, and that person is almost always like, I could see it, but they're never like, yes, you're spot on. This person does look pretty close to me. But yeah, those are the only two I have pictures for. A lot of these other ones are just people saying I look like Jeff Goldblum, which I don't even really think so. He just has glasses. All right. So that we're going to keep the same. Then here we get the speed. We're going to call this the same thing. Long lost brother. Do we have customers in here? No, we don't. Oh no. Is needed for saving and loading. I guess we can just get all of the entities that have a particular component. There's get nodes with component. I guess that would technically work. Entity type component. Yeah, so we want ones with customer. Get nodes with component, customer component. Is that not a thing? Are you kidding me? I don't know what we add. What do we add? Navigation agent, nav speed. There's nothing that tells you this is a customer. Nope. Nope. Well, whatever. We're gonna have to add that. We got in Keith from Try Guys. I don't know who that is. Let me see. I do not look like this person. But I don't think I've gotten this before. Let me see. Keith Try Guy. No, I have not. And I'm not adding this. Why it's hard for people to accept they look like someone else because that exact situations happen to be more than enough. I think what it really is that you don't see yourself in the same way other people see you for a bunch of reasons. And that's what plays a role in this. And that also when other people say you look like someone else, it's like one facial expression you might have made or in a certain angle or in a certain light. And unless you could replicate that exact thing, then yeah, it's kind of tough. All right, so the way I think we need to do this, I want to be mindful of breaks. Did I skip a break? Did I? I think I did. Okay, well, let's add this thing in and then let's maybe take a break. And then honestly, I should probably get going pretty soon after that. So this is now incorrect. This is needed for saving and loading. I don't think that's true anymore. Although we are probably going to save customers. So now that I think about it, maybe this is true. Yeah, I guess that's another component to it is you might want to seem more unique than you are. This is not an adventure. Entity type. Customer needs this in a init. This is that. Then we go back to the speed ability. And we're getting these. We're going to do this in customer speed. And that's going to be customers that we get. Great. So speed percent, get that thing, go through all of the customers and set their percent speed bonus. Wow, that should be pretty easy. All right, so now grants a percent bonus boost to the speed of grants a, how do we say this? I want to say makes customers move some percent faster, but better than that. I'll just say makes customers move that percent faster around town. Yeah. All right, pretty good. Now we're going to do the very, very basic, low effort copy paste of everything. I'll refactor this later, probably tomorrow. Hang on, I have to sneeze. Sneeze complete. Sneeze satisfaction maximum. Oh, this shouldn't be called Swift Shoes. Oh, also, it shouldn't have a max level of 5. What am I thinking? Max level is 1. Speed 1. Level 1. And what are we calling this nonsense? Just customer speed level 2? I guess so. All right, anything else we need to change? Nope. So now we, oh wait, what? Yeah, now we save this one more time as customer speed 3. Percent bonuses 50%. Level 3. And now everything should be good. Oh, this is broken. This is broken. Yeah, this is very bad. Speed 1, customer speed 1. This is open twice. Did I ever even save to? I did. Come here for the cat. She only visits for 10 seconds maximum. Yeah. Well, I have the door closed now because she is kind of a distraction. Thing you do where it erases a letter from the beginning, doable on Windows without any third-party apps. Erase a letter from the beginning. You'd have to send me a clip at Pressel of what it is you're talking about. Do you mean this? Where I have a word and I'm deleting that entire word? Or sort of toward the end of a word? Because those are possible on Windows for sure. That's just control backspace and control delete. Hey, Solazar. When you copy paste a Twitch message, oh, that is a custom script. You're talking about how normally you paste like this, but this message pops up, formatted Twitch chat. Don't forget to press paste. Because that's coming from Hammerspoon. Do I have a command for that? Yeah, that is an Apple specific thing. But you can make an auto hotkey script for that. Where is that? Format Twitch chat. Here it is. It's this stuff. I mean, like reverse backspacing. Oh, wait, literally just delete the next character? That's just the delete key on your keyboard. Yeah. Like if you look at a standard keyboard, it's usually right there. And if you're on a laptop keyboard, sometimes they have you press like a function key and then some key on the right side of the keyboard for it. That's it. How have I never figured this out? I am actually pretty surprised about that. But hey, now you know. It never hurts to ask. All right, I think we've coded everything. Have we? Yeah, I think so. Let's try it out. delete key is too complicated. It'd be very funny if you're like, how do you put that blank spot in between letters? You mean the space bar? Okay, nothing is showing up in the town, which means we have thoroughly broken it. I figured out last year when my manager was doing it. The backspace, or sorry, the delete key? Pretzel. Yeah, so something to keep in mind, at least on Windows, here are the keys, but control backspace is delete the last word. And so control delete is the opposite of that, it's delete the next word. So yeah, not only can delete just one character at a time, but then you can also delete entire words. And that's very useful. We tried Unity? Yeah, I have tried Unity. Why Godot, I think, is a command here. Let me see. Yeah. And let me know if that's satisfying enough for you. I don't really think I have a lot more depth, but I think at least that should probably answer your question. And welcome to the stream. All right, so what is the problem here? Through an exception, town perk customer speed 2. I've goofed somewhere, but where? Duplicate ability ID. That means I must not have changed it for 3. I didn't change it for 3. Yeah. Highlight single words. Yeah, and if I didn't know about delete, that's probably what I would have used. It's Control Shift right and then backspace. My VS Code and not something like Rider. I should make a command for that too, but the short answer is just it would cause some amount of churn for some amount of time. And I'd also need to figure out how I'm going to pay for it and or get them to give it to me for free. A long time ago, like in 2020, I asked JetBrains, hey, could you give me an ID for free, or do you do sponsorships or anything? And they said, yeah, we could give it to you for free. But that was 4 years ago, and that was for a different ID. So I think if I reached out now, they'd probably say, yeah, sure, you can still have it for free. But I just haven't done that. Yeah, but this is commercial. Boo Husky. So I can't use it without paying. And cool, Nov. Gotcha. Yeah. All right, so we build the town hall, and now let's try to pay attention. We have 2 customers. There's one. So green hair, and where's the other customer? Green hair and white hair. Okay, so if we look over here and open up this menu, we should be able to click this and have it do nothing. Yeah, perfect. Okay, well, when we click this one, it should actually give us another customer. So we should see someone walk in over here, and that is very broken. The whole cast of characters is just wandering over. I have no clue what's going on there. Why did that happen? Max customers 1. So this thing is leveling up, and we call increase max customers. The level only changes once, though. So I guess this is being called multiple times. So that's at a breakpoint. Free for you because you do the marketing for them. Yeah. And I recognize why they were offering it for free, and I'm totally fine with that. It's like I use VS Code and no one's paying me anything, and I'm just happy to share the word about it, basically. Yeah, how did that happen? I don't know. We're hopefully about to find out. I click this button, it gets called once, that's fine. Now it gets called another time? Yes, why another time? Oh, there's a function called reapply player abilities. This is safe to call many times. Not anymore, it's not. Where did this get called from, though? It's because this got set to true? Where did this get set to true? From create customer. Okay, so every time a customer is created, it's calling this function again. Well, you can't just have easy things, can you? Ugh. Fine. So what we could do here is this. I don't feel like coding this right now. I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. We're going to code this thing and then probably call it a day. Yeah, so where I left off, player abilities are being reapplied every single time a customer is created. So we need the new skills to be item potent. Probably just make a proper inheritance hierarchy out of them now. Yeah, I think that should be fine. I thought you said your usage to Skeleseller is definitely commercial and falls under need paying a license. Oh, yeah. Sorry. What I meant is people say Rider is free, and what they mean is Rider is free for personal use. And what I said is this isn't personal use. It's not that I can't still find a way to get it for free, but I need to talk to the company, and I just haven't done that in 4 years. Have I used Obsidian to make notes? Yeah, I do use Obsidian pretty extensively. In fact, almost all of the notes at notes.adamlearns.com. No, wait. What I was about to say is they were written in Obsidian. They were not actually all written in Obsidian, but they're all there in Obsidian now. Boolean property and ability, so it only adds the extra customer once. Let me think. I guess for these, we could do that because you can't respec. Could also just add a Boolean saying whether the customer has been added so that it only happens once. But then we need to make sure not to save that Boolean to the save file. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I'm going to take a quick break. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Remember, this is probably the last break of today, so if you do want to play, type join in Twitch chat. I'll be back in a little bit. All right, hi again, everybody. And good job, Noah. First time, came in top 3. Congrats. You can tell by the lifetime height of the people you're playing against. They have a lot more experience. All right, close the game. By the way, for anyone who's playing and is like, oh, hey, how do I get it to not tell me I've typed the same message multiple times? The how to play has the full explanation here, but where is it? Yeah, to bypass the duplicate message warning, add some garbage letters after commands. So like U and then UA and then UBBB or whatever. Okay, so one way we could get this to work is by just putting a Boolean here. Excuse me. Private bool has applied. And then just here we say has applied return, has applied equals true. And then we copy all of this stuff into each class. Let's close every tab we have. So we put this here. We put this here. Then we need to do the same thing for the customer speed. Actually, for customer speed, it's not a problem. Yeah, it's unnecessary work being done, but it's not a problem, I think. Now let's try this out. Now, I'm not going to commit this today, or at least not on stream. I'm going to refactor it a little bit. I do wonder if saving this would work. All right, so we build our town hall, we click the bulletin board, we put a point into this. Right now we have, actually it doesn't matter how many customers we have, but there are the 2 that we have. Now I'm gonna click this button and just go by 1. Did it work? There's our 1 new customer. Now I'm gonna click this button and it should go up to a total of 4 customers. So we should see 1 more customer. That's 2 more customers. Why is that happening? Max customer increase. Oh, it's because it's supposed to raise it by 2. Great, then that's working. And our final one, it's supposed to raise it by 3. We should see 3. Yep, there we go. There's a problem, and I didn't realize it until just now, which is the new tree needs to show you the cost of each ability in the tooltip. Yeah. Okay, so that's all working. Now let's check out their speed. So just look at any of the very colorful haired people, like this pink haired person. And we're gonna go get this skill. So they should go 30% faster. Yep, looks like that's the case. Now they should go 40% faster. Definitely yes. And now they should go 50% faster. I don't have the money for that. Let's try that again. All right, 50% faster. Yeah, cool. It worked. Now they're really booking. We should maybe show the cost and the button for these and drop the plus button. Yeah, I think that's a better idea. We should just ditch the plus and minus buttons and just show the cost instead of the level. All right, well, now this has been coded. I'm not totally sure how I feel because I like the idea of upgrading customers. That part is not a doubt in my mind. And I like that you can get higher maximum, you can get them to move faster. That's great. I think players are going to love that. The thing I'm concerned about is the town hall pops up a skill tree. It's not really a skill tree, it's an unlock tree. And it's functional and everything, but it's the only building that does this. Is that weird or bad? Like, should we have made this on multiple buildings? I don't know. Yeah, we need to allow for this to scroll, by the way. Allow the UI to scroll if your vertical, I guess if your window height isn't tall enough. I guess there is something that's kind of nice that I'm overlooking because I can't go back to a time where I didn't know this, but a new player is gonna, here's what a new player will see. Let's just show this. Yeah, a new player is going to see this and it'll just say lets you improve your town. Before they click this, they won't know what that means. So there's going to be a sense of discovery here if you build this and then you're like, oh wow, there's actually a whole new system behind this. And actually that part is cool. I guess it's the same thing with the enchanter, which I don't even have the enchanter there. But yeah, when you build the enchanter, you're like, what is this? What am I seeing here? And I like that sense of discovery. So it makes it really enticing for you to want to build the next set of buildings. Maybe the building just unlocks the item in the menu next to the other skill things. Yeah, I think that's possible. I think that it might even be what people expect because that's how you can address everything else in the game. That's where your adventurer skills are, that's where your player skills are, and that could be you click something here and it pops this menu open. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just thinking about a bunch of different things. I think I want to kick the can down the road a little bit for that. But as far as, you know what else? Actually, let's test one more thing right now. I want to see what happens when you save with these perks unlocked. So I'm going to grant one more customer, two more customers. Now we have 8 total customers. And now I'm going to give them faster speed. There. No, wait, not there. There we go. Okay, so now they're moving as fast as possible and there are as many as possible. Save game and load game. What happens? Do we end up with 8 and they're moving faster? Yes, we do. But it doesn't know that we unlocked the town hall. So presumably they'll move even faster when I do this now. No, it just breaks. As unlocked tree is broken, yeah. All right, well, not a problem. We'll fix that later. How's that working though? I don't understand. Player abilities. Yeah, I see. Pretty straightforward. What, Caleb? If I made a social media platform, I'd ban abbreviated forms of words like your. What? That's not an abbreviation. Are you saying like incorrect usage of contractions? Because if so, is there some irony there or no? Yeah, so where I left off, have to make the new town perks inherit from a base class. Also, the speed boost should probably make it clear that they are all additive. Oh, I see. You don't want people typing U for YOU. Yeah, you want you mad, brother? Oh man. All right. Well, chat, I am not actually sure how I feel about today's stream schedule. The stream itself was great, but my uptime now is 6 hours and 14 minutes. But I took, what, 5 breaks? 4 were, I don't know, 5 minutes, and 1 was maybe 20 minutes. So it's like 40 minutes of break. So you got about 5 hours and 30 minutes of stream time. And normally I take no breaks and stream for 6 hours. At least during the stream. So I guess you got shortchanged is what I'm trying to tell you. Not by me though. It's by the lunch. Yeah. Well, too bad. You win some, you lose some. Hey, relax with me. Yeah, so I think I'll be back on Wednesday. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to focus on PRs and kind of cleaning up this commit. And then what else? I guess we'll tackle this stuff on Wednesday. And Wednesday is also a mentoring day. It's going to be 3D Extended's 8th session. So tomorrow's going to have a little bit of game dev. Well, no, a little bit, like 5 hours of game dev and 1 hour of mentoring. So yeah, that's that for today. Let's go find someone to raid. I check my following list first just to see if there's someone that I haven't been able to raid yet. But then I usually bail out to the software and game development section. Yeah, and that's what we're going to do today too. Oh man, I do not like this process. I just wanted to pick someone to raid for me and then be in their stream and say hi and be a pleasant person. Yeah, I might stop doing this in a little bit because I've rated most of the people who sort of fit the criteria that I have, which is just not being online forever, being able to speak English. And there was a third one. Oh, that I haven't rated them before. Yeah, and that third one makes it harder every time I do this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I want to spend the time on this. All right. Well, I wanted to raid this person, but I don't know what they're doing. So let's raid them anyway. There we go. All right. Yeah, that's everything. So thanks for watching, everybody. I'll be back on Wednesday. There's the Discord if you want to join. And I'll paste it on YouTube as well. Let's go check out Mahoodles together. And yeah, that's it. That's everything. I'm sorry. I'm very tired. I will see you all later.